service members, active military, as well as the veterans who have put themselves in harm's way to protect our nation for our freedom. There are no words to express our admiration and gratitude for all that you have done. In closing, I would like to say, our community and our country is great. We need to stay true to our values and uphold the freedoms that we were given by being American citizens. We all need to keep our nation strong and free. We thank you all.
And thank you, Kelly Morrison, one of our track owners here. One of the things that you can do if you see some of these boats out here and you go, ooh, I like that one is cool. If you notice down there by the pits, so the pits area, if you see the launch or where they start over here at the far corner of the track, right down there by the entrance is the pit entrance, where if you don't have a pit pass, you can get one and you can go wander around down in the pits. Of course, something to keep in mind if you're going to be down there and you've got your kids in tow with you, sure that you keep them nearby. There's a lot of activity that's going on down there. Jeeps are moving, boats are moving, trailers are running around, people are running around. So you want to keep the kiddos in tow so that they stay safe. Also, no smoking in the pits, and please don't take your pets down there. That said, look, we have our first contestant out on the track. We have the duck, who is following the rotation. Now that's a DNF. The duck failed right first thing out. Now he's changing course. All right, he could be back on track. Anyway, if you go down to where the pit entrance is at, you will see Swag Row, and that is where our racers have their t-shirts set up. They've got t-shirts, hoodies, koozies, hats, sunglasses, their coffee mugs, a variety of different things down there, and it helps support them. It helps put gas in the boats. It helps do a variety of things to keep these boats up and running. So you can go down there and support. Of course, up here in the VIP booths, you'll see a couple of other t-shirt booths that are set up there that you can pick up some of the swag, like Wicked Team Racing is up there and the like. So all of that helps our racers. You're going to see these boats come out, and there's going to be two people in the boat. There's going to be the driver, and there is going to be the navigator. What does the navigator do? The navigator does a couple of things. One, they have memorized this track the night before. They were given the rotation last night. They came out, looked at it, memorized it. The navigator really does three things. Number one, they're giving hand signals to the driver in case the driver is not quite sure where they're at, because they're not allowed to have a map of the track or any kind of device or anything else that tells them where to go. They have to do this from memory. So they're giving them hand signals. Second thing that they're doing, they're watching the gauges in the dials, because these are pretty spendy boats, and you don't want to lose oil pressure or overheat or any of a variety of things that could happen. So they're watching that. Third thing they're doing is they're providing ballast to keep the boat balanced. So that's kind of the three main things that the navigator is doing in there. The driver, of course, well, they're steering and trying to get around there as fast as possible. So you have those teams, and then they have their crews that are with them. One of the fun things about the sport is a lot of the people that you're going to see out here are families, where it's a father-daughter team or a father-son team or a nephew-uncle team. This is really a great family sport where it's the families that are coming out here and participating in this. Husband and wife teams, we're going to see a couple of those today. So all in all, it really is a family sport. And in the pits, when you've got a driver that needs a certain amount of help and they're having problems, you're going to see the other teams that are stepping in to help them out. So very much a cooperative and family-oriented group of racers that you're going to see here at the track today. One of the things, of course, I want to mention, we've got a beer garden over there, and so if you're over in the beer garden and you're having a bunch of beers today, don't get behind the wheel. Have your navigator step in for you at that point. Have the designated driver, because I can tell you that the state patrol, local county, and your city police are going to be out there looking after the race. So just, don't do that. Don't ruin a really great day. Also, outside alcohol not allowed here in the grounds. So just keep that in mind as you're deciding. Also, we are live streaming today on Facebook and YouTube. Go to Extreme Sports Park and you will find a stream of today's race. If you got to go back to your trailer, or you got to go take care of the kiddo, or something's going on, you want to go check on the dog that's in the RV, you can stream it on your smart device and you will be able to see it there, because we are running live. A big kudo and thank you to Paul White, who performs those duties for us here at the Extreme Sports Park. And this is our final event of the year. We're going to start getting the qualifiers going here in just a matter of moments. One of the things that makes this possible is sponsorships, and there's quite a few of them, and we want to thank, just in general, all of the sponsors that are out here that have made this happen. We want to thank Still for being our track sponsor. Still, made in America. 3 words that are hard to say for some companies. Still made in America. Lakeside Industries of the Olympic Peninsula, they are a proud sponsor of the Extreme Sports Park, and they want to welcome you here. Make sure you drop by Lakeside today for all of your paving needs on the Olympic Peninsula. Also, a big thank you to TJ Enterprises. They are a small hometown excavating and tractor business. They've been serving Clallam County residents for quite a while. Whether you're looking for shed prep, grading for patios, driveway maintenance, brush removal, field blowing, all of that stuff, they are going to take care of it for you. Also, I want to remind you that we've got some upcoming events here. The Northwest Beer Fest. Beer is good. That is happening next weekend, the 16th and the 17th. We're going to have live music here throughout the entire festival, a big covered beer garden, food vendors, axe throwing, because that's one thing that Americans love, drinking beer, then throwing axes. Nothing could go wrong there. Food vendors are going to be here. They've got games, a maker's market, and a lot more. That is going to be next weekend, the 16th and the 17th. Fall Fest is going to be coming up the following weekend with the big world-class lumberjack show, lawnmower derby. Oh, more beer drinking and axe throwing, by the way. They've got a pumpkin patch, a lot of stuff for the holidays. And they want to thank last year's Halloween sponsors for the folks that made that possible. So, a lot of things coming up here at the Extreme Sports Park. Go to Facebook, follow them, all of your social media. You can get a list of events that are going to be happening right here in your own backyard, in the Olympic Peninsula, in Port Angeles, at the Extreme Sports Park. So just waiting right now. The boats are starting to get lined up. We want to thank, by the way, our Jeep Club for coming out here. They're the ones that are moving the boats around. Again, pit passes. If you want to go down and see these, it's amazing if you've not been up and seen these boats up close and personal. Last night at Lower Elwha Food and Fuel, just up the street here, of course, they had the show and shine where a lot of people showed up. But if you haven't had a chance to see them, go down and take a look. You will be, if you're a gearhead or you just think that fast boats are cool, go down there and take a look at some of the super boats and the way those things are tricked out with blowers, turbos, chargers, you name it. You're going to find it. That's one thing about the Unlimited class. I said just about any engine that you want, you can throw on the back of these things. It is true. Blowers, turbochargers, all of those things. You won't find that kind of gear, for instance, in the A400 class, which is, again, the international class. It is highly restricted, actually, what they can do to these. Cast iron. They can't have aluminum heads, for example. Cast iron. Engine displacement. All of those things are highly restricted. Modified's a little bit more open as far as what they can do to their engines and some of the things that they're made out of, but the unlimited class, it literally is the sky's the limit. About the only thing that they are not allowed to use is nitro in terms of fuel. Some of these boats are running aircraft fuel. Others are burning methanol. Some of them just straight race gas. So it's a variety of things that they're going to do in the boats. Some of them electronically fuel injected, some mechanically fuel injected. Some of them have no fuel injection at all. They have carburetors. That's the other thing. The 400 class and also the modifieds, they are all required carburetors, not allowed to be fuel injected. So a little bit about the boats there, and we'll talk about some of the drivers when they're coming out here and give you a little bit of an idea of what that is all about. Love the fact that we have such a great track here in Port Angeles. I mean, give it up for the track. There is not a bad seat in the house. Dan and Kelly Morrison doing such a great job here. And it is just, I love this facility. They do such a fine job. One of the things that is a consideration is safety. If you've never been to a race before and never seen a race, never seen any of the YouTube videos or the like, sometimes these boats will come out of the water. And when they do, sometimes it's just a skid mark, and other times they leave big honking divots because they're doing endos. You will notice each one of these boats have roll bars. That is there for the reason. Chromoly. They are required to have those, the positions where they're at. Each boat goes through a safety check the night before. They check everything from the type of bolts that they're using for the engine mounts to the seats, the safety gear. The driver and the navigator required to wear fire-resistant suits. They have NASCAR-style harnesses that they're wearing in those seats. They, of course, have their helmets. A lot of them use Hans devices. If you're not familiar with that, it's kind of a thing that you strap to, and it attaches to the helmet so that if you come to an abrupt stop, it does not snap your head forward. That is something that is used in NASCAR. Some of them even have oxygen, little oxygen tanks in case they go upside down in the water. Don't see that happen very often. Occasionally it does. So a lot of different safety gear and the like. Also, the navigator, they will have their right hand that is strapped to the side of the boat. So if they were to roll, that hand can't come out and they get injured because of that. So safety, a main concern here with the racers and with sprint boat racing in general.
Anticipate and prevent. What is that?
I don't know. Our safety department's idea.
So you're the cameraman anticipating and preventing. Good job, man.
I just wore something bright so the boats wouldn't,
Oh, you're pretty safe up there.
if the gas gets stuck in a straight line, they'll see it.
Yeah, nah, that way. You're okay.
All right, safety crew, if we can get you guys out on the track, guys and ladies. So, safety crew, you will see we call them the island hoppers because they leap and they hop and they jump. They're the ones that are out there. You'll see them in the bright fluorescent green T-shirts. Their job is pretty simple. Their job is pretty simple, and that is to keep the racers safe. That one of our safety crew members is carrying out a fire hydrant. Why? Because, well, a couple of times you will see, not today, hopefully, but occasionally, if you've been to enough races, you've seen a couple of times where flames will come out of the back of the boats. If you were at the show and shine last night, Jeff Halstead Photography, and he does all of our official photography here, you would have seen the big, and he's got a huge picture of it, one of our unlimited class boats driven by Dean Lautenschlager. It caught big time fire, methanol, and essentially what happened was one of those fuel injectors popped out and spewed race fuel everywhere in the back of that boat, and it was a fire. The things that the drivers don't want to see is the safety crew coming at them with fire hydrants or with fire extinguishers because the stuff is corrosive. One of the things Dean told me after that, the next race following that fire was, man, it took us a month to clean that engine up. He goes, but hey, they had to do what they had to do. It was on fire. It was a hazard, and we appreciate that they were there. But it was a serious fire. So they've got fire extinguishers there. Their job, watch the boats. And if there is a wreck, they run over, make sure that everybody is okay. Then it's get the boat back in the water or make sure that it gets towed off the course in one form or another. Seeing a lot of muscle out there today. Many of them are actual first responders in real life, volunteering their time to come out here and make sure all of our drivers, all of our navigators are safe and sound for today's race. I think I mentioned the live stream is going on, Facebook and YouTube. You'll be able to catch it there. A lot of different people, particularly from down under, Australia and New Zealand. That's where the sport started, and they are not only rabid fans, but great racers, amazing racers down in New Zealand and Australia. And so they like to watch and see what the Yanks are doing, and we welcome them to the live stream today. Thank you for viewing us. We appreciate it. Our first boat out should be boat 154B. James Goldberg and Margaret Purcell, part of Purcell Team Racing. Lot of bounce. And it's a clean run. Getting it done first thing right out of the box. And the official time on our first run, a 48.034 for boat 154B. A and B boats, quick explanation. That means that boat is being tag teamed. In other words, boat 154, driven by James Goldberg, navigated by Margaret Purcell. Actually, that's nephew aunt. It will come out again with a different driver at the end of the modified class in this first qualifier with Jeff Purcell, the boat owner, driving, and James, who was just driving, will be navigating. Next boat out, 666, Jeremy Sousa and Jess Law. DNF. So taking the wrong turn. All right, so he got the DNF. Boat 623, Clint Birch and Terry Lovell. Yeah! Clean run. Clean run means he did the rotation right. .345. So if you thought the first run was good, he shaved off 6 seconds. Interesting to note that he's got more in that boat. Coming out, this is Full Tilt with Selden Glebe driving, Scarlett Taylor navigating. This is Selden's real first full season of racing. What?
You do what you do.
And he picks the DNF up. Pretty much realized it as soon as he did it. So boat 03A picks up the DNF. Boat 36 on the way, Scott Rapp and Jalen Rapp of Rapp Racing. Something a little bit different about this particular boat from the others. This is an LS boat. And hopefully that will be a new class of boat next year. Essentially, it's just a crate engine. They put a crate engine in it and drive it. And so when he comes out to run, it's kind of an exhibition. Even though he's in the modified class, if he were to win, it wouldn't be official. He's not really competing, but he's out here trying to show off and really be sort of, if you will, the prime for a new LS class. And Scott's out of Linwood, Washington. He does heavy civil construction, whereas Jalen is a Department of Corrections secretary. They only have one race really under their belt. The idea is to make this sort of the beginner class. And he gets the DNF. All right, Dylan Hatch and Danielle Finley on the way. And boat 40, boat 40, Pelican Fueling. They're out of Tri-Cities, making their way in. Obviously sponsored by Pelican Fueling, hence the name. Racing brought to you today by Seven Seaters, an elegant, casual atmosphere, alive with history, scenic beauty, superior service, and excitement. They've got great food, some of the hottest casino games around, live entertainment. Of course, they got the golf course there. At Seven Seaters, it's all fun and games. Join them and discover your playful nature. Bringing us racing today. We appreciate their continued support. All right. Boat 40, Dylan Hatch, Danielle Finley. Let her rip. Clean run. .193 the time. So still our fastest run on the day so far is a 42.395 with Clint Birch and Terry Lovell, the Fear Not boat. By the way, Fear Not gear available down in our swag row, the driver's swag row, over by the gates to the pits. Go down there, they've got sunglasses, all sorts of stuff, and they're doing a raffle, giving away a big raffle bucket full of prizes. Oh, I know, you're thinking to yourself, most people give away baskets. No, here, we give away buckets of stuff. I notice some of it happens to be some adult beverages, for those of you that may be into that kind of thing. So apparently, our friends Dylan and Daniel stalled on the way out. Right now, trying to get it started. That's one of the things that can be difficult for these boats. You know, one of the things, you want to keep everything as light as possible. And so instead of, say, a full-time or a full-size battery, they will put the smallest battery they can in there that maybe will give them 2 to 3 cranks, because they're trying to keep everything as light as possible. When they bring it out, they put those things on a battery tender and a battery charger. Sometimes when they're out there and if they stall, they may have 1 or 2 cranks left in that battery, and then somebody is going to have to go push them out. All right, next boat up. Jolly Rogers, 208. Garrett Mitchell and Spencer Fagioni. Cletus McFarland, I guess, is this Cletus? Cletus McFarland? The Cletus McFarland is here? Ladies and gentlemen, Cletus McFarland. Nicely done. And it's good. .848. So one of the things that's kind of fun to watch as you kind of get used to how this works, if you've never been to the race, is to watch the lines that the drivers are taking as they're going through the course and the way they set up these corners. And you will see that different drivers are going to approach this course in a different way, in different portions, in different setups. A lot of times, they'll be literally setting up a crucial corner 2 or 3 turns in advance. And if you're a motorcycle rider and you know about going through the twisties and the way that you're setting your corners up, that's what these guys are doing right here. Next boat out, boat 71, Jay Correa, Gina Doyle. The Nut Deep boat. Jay is out of Salem, Oregon. Lot of bounce in the boat. And DNF and everybody say hi to Jay and Gina. Do the parade wave over there, guys. Little parade wave. Hey, everybody. Free parking all day long at the Extreme Sports Park. And parked they are. So they lost power. If you're not familiar with jet boats in particular, you'll notice as they're turning that around, that thing sticking out the back, that's the jet. That's the pump. So it's sucking up water, forcing water out of the back of that, and that's what propels it. That is also what steers the boat. So if there's no water going through that pump, then they have no steering because there's not a rudder on there. That is where the steering comes from. So when they're turning the wheel, it's turning the nozzle on that pump. As weird as this may sound, the more water you've got jetting out of the back of the boat, the better your steering is. Which is why, and you'll see some of the drivers that have been doing this for a while, they'll really start feathering on the throttle so that when they're hitting those corners, you'll hear them. Man, that boat's going to rev up and they're going to hit that gas going into that corner because it is going to throw them through there and allow them to take a sharper corner. One of the things that novice drivers have a tendency to do is to actually let off the throttle in the corner. And when that happens, you lose your steering. So they're going to hit an island or they're going to hit the bank. So the idea is always having that water being sucked through there. Somebody at one point calculated how much water is coming out of those pumps, and supposedly enough is coming out to fill an Olympic-sized swimming pool in something like 20 seconds. So it's an insane amount of water that they're pumping out. All right, so boat 03B We saw them out here a little bit earlier with Selden Glebe in the driver's seat. Scarlett Taylor now, she is driving. Eric Petring navigating for her. And this is her very first race. This little, ow! And she gets the two-banger. There we go. Hit the dirt twice. She gets her double for the day. Okay, where she wrecked right there, I was just starting to say that is an interesting little chicane that they go through. And I was going to say, at speed, I have a feeling that we could see some wrecks in that area, and literally came out of my mouth, this area, she does what I thought might happen. So she gets to have not only her first run on a sprint boat, but she gets to have her first wreck. So it's a double-double for her. And nice little skid mark right there. And we're going to call this your rookie mistake, brought to you by Still, made in America. So that's one of the other things. You know, you as we watch this, we think, well, she doesn't look like she's going that fast. When you're in the boat, it is a completely different view of the world. Notice how low that they're actually sitting in the water. So when they're at speed and they're coming around here and you see all these different channels from the outside that go towards the inside, knowing where that channel is, they can barely see until they're almost into the middle of the channel where they actually are in these corners. Some of them wider, a little bit easier, some of them narrow, like in the area right now where she wrecked. That is a fairly narrow area. Seeing the channels when you're only sitting about 1.5 to 2 feet off the water, having been in one of these boats, and I have a number of times, these channels seem to come out of nowhere. So very challenging. So she picks up the DNF. And that will bring us to boat 154A. Jeff Purcell driving this time. James Goldberg navigating. James, of course, the first driver out. In round one of the qualifiers, Jeff, the boat owner, he started racing about 3 years ago. This will be his third season, or is. And he picks up a DNF. So that is our first qualifier for the modifieds. All right, coming up, the A400 class. This is the international class. Like I said, a lot of rule restrictions in terms of the engines in the 400 class. Nothing over 400 cubic inches. Cast iron heads. Restrictions on carburation, stroke length, a variety of things. What you will see is that there will be some very, very tight races in the 400 class with tenths of a second, hundredths of a second separating these racers. A400 class is always great to watch because of how tight it is. This is boat 146A. Eric Werner and Tina Huff. Part of the Jolly Rogers team. Watch the way Eric approaches and attacks the course. That was great through that little chicane. Now he's going to hit his wake right here. That little bit of bounce, not bad. And it was good. Clean run. .420. So Eric Werner is a former naval aviator, fighter pilot. He is the driver, and he's the guy that started Jolly Rogers Racing. You will see a bunch of Jolly Rogers boats out here today. I love watching the way Eric approaches the course, the lines he takes, where he hits the apex on the corners. Eric is great at finding the lines. And we will see his boat, 146A, out here at the end of the 400s in this first qualifier with Nicole Brown as the driver. Up next, Kelly Stevenson and Tracy Montgomery out of Oregon. Out of Sherwood, Oregon, to be exact. Kiwi Kelly from Christchurch, New Zealand. Been here in the U.S. for about 20 years. This little chicane right here. It's like they do a little twerk there. Ooh, wide on that corner. DNF. So he came in wide and wisely realized that he needed to pull it off because he was just about out of control. A lot of times, experienced drivers will realize, you know, if I try to save this, this is going to get really ugly. And so now I'm not even going to try. And that's the decision he made, which was a smart decision. Save the boat. Save yourself from the embarrassment of sitting up by the fence with people waving at you. So speaking of Kiwis, 2 New Zealanders in a row. Kiwi Kelly Stevenson, originally from Christchurch, New Zealand. Up next, Rudy Schuler and David Thompson. The name of the boat is the Steeman Kiwi. They're on boat 68. They're supposed to be out. A lot of, they're backing it in now. Last night, Rudy's birthday. David, actually, Rudy's son, the navigator. Another one of those family things, father-son. Father-son, father-daughters, aunts, uncles, you name it. It's almost like you come to these races and you go down to the pits beforehand or afterwards, and it's like, 30 different family reunions going on. And everything that goes on at a family reunion.
So, June, you were talking to him earlier today?
Kids, of course, out there, so it's definitely a family sport. Big thank you to Herman Brothers. They've been serving the community for over 50 years. They thank everybody for your continued support. From Herman Brothers, thank you so much. Richmond Radio, a big shout out to Steve and Chuck for the upkeep on the sound system, and Platypus Marine. They're the Northwest's largest indoor full-service shipyard, specializing in marine refits, repair, and new construction. Services to government, commercial, fishing, and private vessels. It's Platypus Marine, Inc., your partners for an exceptional project. As we stated, our next Kiwi, the Steamin' Kiwi, as opposed to the Screamin' Kiwi, or the merely tepid Kiwi. No, these Kiwis are steamin'. Rudy Schuler and David Thompson. Third run in the 400 class. And a good clean run for Rudy and David. Again, the boat is 68. He was actually first in New Zealand in the Firestone Light title in 1999. Also first in the A400 back in 2000. Been racing for a number of years, coming to the United States. Living in Spokane right now. He's a fabricator and a welder. All right, you want to see a fast boat? You're about to see it. Boat 22. .118, by the way, was Rudy's time. Phil Miller and Amy Thomason. Phil, one of our Canucks, part of the Fat Buddies, in boat 22. He, for the last, I'm going to say about 3 seasons, has been the boat to beat in the 400 class. Watch the way his boat hooks up in the water. You're going to see no drift. I have a sneaking suspicion this may be the fastest run so far today. And it's good. And when I said the fastest run, 38.554. Fastest run today by close to, what are we looking at here? 4 seconds? About? That was a great run by Phil Miller. So Phil Miller comes out, puts it down, and you'll see him actually shave off time there with 1:56. Bad Influence. Steve and Randy Church, husband and wife out of Cheshire, Oregon. They've been putting a lot of time and effort in this boat this season in engine work and tuning. Nicely done through the chicane. Still quite a bit of bounce. So notice the way when he comes around that sharp corner, the way the side of it just kind of bounces along. And it's good. Clean run. .101 for boat 156. Mike Reardon, Josh Garvin, boat 625 of the Jolly Rogers team. on the way. So about 625. Again, a part of Team Jolly Rogers. Jolly Rogers, down there, if you go down by the pits, Jolly Rogers flying the Jolly Rogers flag. You're going to see it down there right by the pit opening, by where our boat launch is at. These boats, by the way, have reverse. And the way that works is there is, they refer to it as a bucket. It literally is like a bowl that drops down in front of that jet. So when the water is going through it, it forces water towards the front of the boat. And that gives them kind of a rudimentary reverse. And sometimes they have a problem with those reverse buckets. If that linkage breaks, it'll just drop down in front of the jet, and you will see these boats come to a really weird and extreme stop. Nothing you want to see. Mike Reardon and Josh Garvin. Mike is a first-time driver. Navigated for about 5 years. One thing I like about the Jolly Rogers is the way they almost have like a line of succession where, you know, they bring up people and put them in boats. Ooh, a lot of bounce. Man, that was a porpoise. He gets the clean run. Fifth 55.824 was the time on Mike's run. Let's say about the Jolly Roger team. A lot of people that started as navigators will end up driving a boat. Nicole Brown, who is going to be coming up here in a little bit, long-time navigator. And Eric Werner, who's been a national champion a couple of times in the modifieds, loves bringing up these drivers and growing his team and kind of mentoring them in what to do. And they got a great team going with the Jolly Rogers. Von Trapp from Squim. Von Trapp, Matt Denson, and the Livewire boat. Boat 02. And it's good. The Squimian gets it good. .46464 for boat 02. I've watched Vaughn for the last couple of years. Really, that was one of his smoothest runs I think I've ever seen him do. A lot of times kind of squirrely out there, but very much in control. A nice, smooth run. Bandit Gold Rush on the way. This is Darren Swindoll and Matt Johnson. Darren is actually a boat builder by trade, and it's boat 47. He and his brother, Brian, had started the team Bandit, and Brian not racing this year. This is only the first time this year we've seen Darren show up after pretty much dominating for a couple of seasons. That is a DNF. Not sure what is going on there. Whether it's just getting lost. Normally, Darren's daughter, Ashley, in the boat, and has always navigated for him, a father-daughter thing. And she is in college and actually taking some finals today and couldn't make it. So DNF for boat 47. 42, Dan Hatch and Wendy Mathai. Straight sideways. Part of Pelican Team Racing. Dan owns a number of filling stations around Washington. So, if you want to know why gas prices are so high, just go talk to Dan. Dan would be way happy to talk to you. .400 class, first qualifier. Look at how big he is compared to how big his navigator is. And good. Clean run. Boat 42. 45-032 for boat 42. Boat 27 on the way, Preventing Insanity, Leighton Lilly Cody Holzer. Leighton, longtime racer, a number of different types of racing. One of them, marathon jet boat racing. And if you're not familiar with that, marathon jet boat races take place in rapids and rollers. Things like Salmon River, Snake River, Hoopa down in California, and a variety of others. It is crazy racing. And he had done that for a number of years. Leighton, first race was a couple of weeks ago in sprint boat racing. And he is someone who is in a wheelchair. He uses hand controls as far as the throttle. Literally had just got it put together before the first race and took second. This guy is really good. Leighton Lilly. Clean run. .465 for Leighton Lilly, Preventing Insanity. The name of the boat. Scratch that. 44.165. With 146B, Nicole Brown, Tina Huff. This is our only all-female driver-navigator team. Number of female drivers, but Nicole navigated for a number of years, actually started when her father, Wayne, was, and she is a Port Angelian from Port Angeles. She can still keep going, and she is. Just because you come out of the water doesn't make it a DNF. See how she does through here? Good. Yeah! Clean run. .45.131, and even, this gives you an idea how fast she was going. Even with that time that probably added a good 2 seconds, she still puts down a 45.131 with the out of water, doing a little cross-country thing there. Little moto cross in a boat. All right, here comes the Unlimiteds. Big and bad. Dean Lautenschlager and Jack Bringman. Boat number 4. And if you listen closely, you'll hear the whistling of those turbochargers. And a fast DNF. All right, so boat 4 picks up the DNF. Boat 49 coming up. It is the only Ford-powered boat on the course. It's the only Ford-powered sprint boat in the United States. It's only a 454 cubic inch Ford engine, and I love, you know, you think a 454 cubic inch engine, that thing's huge. No, it's still a small block as far as Ford's concerned. And if you can make it down to the pits, you need to go up and look at this boat. We'll see how far he will get into the throttle. This is the fast part of the course. Oh, yeah. Where that thing has stupid acceleration. And it's clean. .42.755. Clean run for boat 049. .42.711. All right, boat 151M. Methanol burner. Kyle Patrick and Toddy. Darren Todd coming up, actually, from New Zealand, navigating for Kyle. His second time in the United States, his wife's first time So the Kiwis definitely showing up. Kyle Patrick out of Albany, Oregon. And he's waiting. Apparently the boat 4-9 stalled it out, so we're trying to get them clear before he comes out. Safety, always an issue here at the Extreme Sports Park. By the way, our track here, sponsored by Still, where you can get extreme performance in your backyard with Still battery tools. Mowers, trimmers, chainsaws, blowers, battery power. Made by Still. A lot of it just starting at $199.99. Find your local Still dealer at stilldealers.com. STIHL dealers.com. So still waiting for 049 to make its way out. All right, here we go. 151M. It is Psycho Team Racing. And it's a clean run. .725. About 33 on the way. The brothers, Ron and Jason Gallagher. The Black Bootlegger boat. These guys, kind of an interesting racing career for these guys. They will show up for a year or two and then they'll disappear, and then they'll be back for a year or two and disappear. Well, this is their return again. Haven't seen them for probably 3 or 4 years. Nice to see him back in the boat. It is Bootlegger. And I think they just lost a bucket. So, if you were watching it, it would look like something just like flopped up right behind the jet. And I have a feeling it was the bucket. Something, as they were going down that straightaway, you could almost see something pop out of the water right behind the jet. And all of a sudden, they just come to almost a stop. So I think that was a bucket linkage. And so they pick up the DNF. So again, that bucket, like I said, it looks kind of like a bowl. And it just drops down in front of that that jet and gives them reverse. When that linkage breaks, it kind of drops down further down than it normally would, and so it acts like a scoop. It's both pushing and pulling at the same time. And so it takes forever for them to make their way out. Boat 556, another Jolly Rogers out there. Dustin Springer, Keith Brownsberger on the way. All right, we need to do a status check here. Everybody having a good time? We need to hear you. Okay, that sounds like an okay time. Are you having a good time? All right. What about beer garden? Are you guys okay over there? Beer garden? Yeah, okay. Beer garden. Yeah! Of course we're good. Beer. What's wrong with you, announcer guy? Beer's involved. Bet we're having a good time. Nope. I have to. So he got the clean run. Looks like about a 45 thereabouts. 49.697. All right, boat number 10. Out of Port Angeles. And he happens to be not just a racetrack fan, but a racetrack owner. Dan Morrison, one of the owners here of the Extreme Sports Park. Wicked. The boat, the Kelly Green, Dan Morrison, and daughter Kara McGuire. Long time navigator for Dan. Go, Dan, go! Oh, yeah. That's how you do that. That's how you do that. $37.626, your fastest run today. The fastest run so far today. And coming up, rounding out the Unlimiteds, Chris Monroe and wife Katie, again, from New Zealand, screaming Kiwis. They now live in Idaho. Boat 35. Chris and his wife from Queenstown, New Zealand, now living in Idaho. He's a two-time world champion in 2001 and 2 at World Series events. He's got a Pro Charge 427 behind him. And if you think these boats are loud, from our vantage point, they're sitting right in front of that big-time noisemaker. The cockpit in these things is insanely loud. Insanely loud. Even with the helmets on, it's insanely loud. He's one of these guys. I was talking about feathering the throttle. This guy does that. And the DNF right off the bat. He knows it. He brings it out. So that is the end of the first qualifier. Q2 coming up. Fastest boats in the class today. Dan Morrison in the Unlimiteds in boat number 10. In the 400 class, Phil Miller. He had a 38. And in the modifieds, your fast boat, boat 623, Clint Birch and Terry Lovell at a 42.3 and change. So they will come out in the same order that they did before, with 154B coming out first. James had a 48.034 in 154B and go around number 1. We'll see what he does here in the Q2. And he may shave a couple of seconds off. It's clean. .45.377. So he does. He knocks off close to 3 seconds from his previous run. So he's picking up the pace with boat 666. Jeremy Sousa, Jess Law, Dark Horse Racing. Had a DNF in their first go-around. Qualify for the eliminations. They have to have a time. Question is, will they find a time? So going for his first clean run here at the Extreme Sports Park today in the Q2. Second year of racing for Jeremy. Lots of bounce, hooks up on the bank. And it's good. It is clean. .46.780 for boat 666 with 623. Clint Birch, Terry Lovell, fear not. He had the fastest run in the class in the first qualifier, 42.345. So we'll see if he gets further into the throttle or whether he figures, let's see what the other boats will do as they kind of get their feet wet and they get warmed up out here on this particular rotation. This boat scoots. That was a DNF, by the way. Uh-oh. Took the wrong turn. Yeah, no Google Maps in these things. All from memory. So, The night before the race, you'll see the drivers, the navigators, they're out here walking the course, looking at it, trying to figure out what that rotation will be up here in the announcers area, looking down at the course, trying to figure it out, trying to memorize it. You get going out there fast enough, and it's kind of like, where am I? It's not like you can stop and ask for directions. It's sort of like, where are we? Where do we go? What do we do? What do we do? Boat 03A, full tilt, in the water. Selden Glebe behind the wheel. By the way, don't forget the kids zone over there by the beer garden. $5 an hour to watch your kiddo where they have fun. They're in good hands in the kids zone. I almost thought he was going to go into the bank. So he gets the clean run. 53.202. Okay, if you own a brown lab, we have a Hurt Brown lab over by the children's section. A Hurt Brown lab that probably would like to see its hairless owner. Please, come get me. Please, hairy, hairless thing, come get me. Has no collar. This is our LS boat, Scott and Jalen Rapp. And he gets the clean. So 54.651, again, officially he is not in the modified class. This is an LS class boat. And all that means is he's got a crate engine in the back of it. One of the things that for a number of years that the ASB, American Sprint Boat, has wanted to do is start a beginner's class like the LS, where everybody has the same engine. And with computer fuel injection, where you can just hook it up to the laptop, everybody is equal. And going out very much in a stock boat and getting their feet wet and learning how to sprint boat drive. And that is our first of the LS boats that you just saw. Dylan Hatch, Danielle Finley, Boat 40. Pelican Team Racing. coming out way more aggressive than he did in the Q1. Oh, nicely done through the chicane. That was sweet. Now the loop-de-loo around the outside. This is going to be a solid run. Very nice. Good run. .43.489, second fastest in the class today. He had a 46, I guess. Yeah, 46 in his first go. And comes out and just really gets in it. So, great run for Dylan Hatch. Garrett, or Cletus McFarland, and Spencer in 208A, part of the Jolly Rogers group. You can go to CletusMcFarland.com. Wow. You know, this is only his second sprint boat race. And he's putting all sorts of steam on it. Yeah!
A little better.
.42 and change on that. 42.265. So he shaves off 2.6 seconds from his last run. All of a sudden now the modifieds really coming along. And by the way, that was the fastest run in the class today. So Clint Birch now finds himself a tenth of a second behind Cletus. CletusMcFarland.com, by the way. So boat 71, they had a DNF in their first go-round, came up on the bank right over there in front of the main crowd. Lots of bounce. That's where they came out before. And losing power. Power back. DNF and they'll bring it out. So somewhere in there, maybe the ignition system, they're coming around and taking those left turns. Something is going haywire, probably a short somewhere. And if you notice, it's the left turns, and things are going gunny for him. So they'll bring it out with 2 DNFs in a row. That brings us to boat 03B with Scarlett Taylor. The neophyte in the driver's seat, her first race driving. Eric Petring, the navigator, in full tilt, 03B. So a great race shaping up here between 3 boats in the modifieds. That, of course, Clint Birch in boat 623. Dylan Hatch and Danielle Finley in boat 40. And then, of course, Cletus McFarland and Spencer Paggioni in boat 208A. All within tenths of a second or a second of each other. See how Scarlett is able to put it together in this particular run. One of the things that you don't realize is that, the only way that you get better at anything is to be able to practice it. And the only time that a driver can practice is during a race. And if you figure, these boats are putting down on the slow side about 50 seconds, you're dealing with not a whole lot of seat time during the course of a race. And she gets her first clean run ever. .55.103. So her first clean run ever. Good for her. With rounding out the class and the second qualifier in the modifieds, 154A, Jeff Purcell and James Goldberg. Uncle driving, nephew navigating. Part of Purcell Team Racing. Our A400 class get revved up over in the corner. You can't take these bouts out very much in open water. They do not handle the same way. These channels are shallow, only about 3 feet deep. They do not handle well in wakes. They are not river boats. And it is good. .46.832 officially for Jeff Purcell. So our fastest run in the class came just 4 boats ago, with Cletus McFarland, Spencer Fagioni in boat 208 with a 42.265, and boat 146A now back to the 400 class of boats, with Eric Werner and Tina Huff, Jolly Rogers. Eric Werner now a pilot for Alaska Airlines. He's out of Wrangell, Alaska, making his way down to the lower 48. And call it good. Looks like a 41 and change. 41.550. So a good run going there for Eric Werner and Tina Huff in 146A. Racing today brought to you by Les Schwab Stores. Les Schwab Stores and employees don't just sell tires and brakes. They take care of their neighbors and their communities, committed to service in their stores and the local towns where they operate, because when the communities succeed, it's good for everybody. Kelly Stevenson, Tracy Montgomery, boat 5, the Black Magic boat. Husband and soon-to-be wife, Tracy his fiance, or vice versa. Little bounce in the corner there. And it's good. Okay, we have 43.223. Okay, we have a boat or a car that is in the fire lane, a silver car, license plate number 663-2GX. You need to go move your vehicle before it gets moved for you, and you don't know where we're going to put it.
Z as in Z.
Oh, ZGX. '68, Rudy Schuler, David Thompson. Something blowing around out there. And call it good. .42.434. So he knocks off 1.6 seconds from his last run. As boat 22, the fastest in the class so far today, gets ready to roll with Phil Miller in the driver's seat, Amy Thomason navigating as part of the Fat Buddy team. If you need your windows or gutters cleaned, contact Superior Services. They do pressure washing and cleaning. Superior Services, Clallam, Jefferson, Kitsap counties. They're your full-service pressure washing, gutter cleaning, and window cleaning service based out of Squim. As boat 22 gets ready to roll. Notice the way that this boat sticks to the water. No bounce, no drift. This boat just hooks up. And it is good. 37.975. Faster than he was before. Still the boat to beat in the class. So 0.6 of a second faster than his first run with 1:56. Coming out of the batter's cage, Stephen and Randy Church, white bad influence boat. And he's going to get the clean run, and it's good. 40.569. So he knocks off about 0.6 of a second. So all the boats, many of them at least, and the drivers, shaving off time, getting a little deeper into the throttle, as boat 625, Mike Reardon, Josh Garvin, make their way out. Part of Team Jolly Rogers, their gear down there in the entrance to the pit area. By the way, you got a silver vehicle, 663Z as in zebra, GX. You're parked in the fire lane. Don't do that. Please go move your car from the fire lane. Lot of bounce to this boat. A lot of that has to do with kind of the weight distribution. You'll see some boats that hook up like Phil Miller's, and then others like this where they get into some of these corners and get that bounce like you just saw. It's good. 51,888. So the weight distribution, it's all part of setting these boats up where your weight distribution is at, the angle that the jet attacks the water, which can be adjusted up and down. The hull itself, there's runners and skags on the bottom, like little fins on the bottom of these boats, and all of that comes into play, getting these boats to hook up properly and run smoothly. You don't want your boat hopping. Part of the reason is because when your boat hops, you will start cavitating. And cavitation is where the jet sucks up not only water, but it's also sucking up air, and that's going to slow you down. So that weight distribution, sometimes it's a matter of moving the engine forward an inch, a half inch, or back. Where the seats are. How much the driver weighs compared to the navigator. The seat placement. It all comes into play. Von Trapp, Matt Denson, 02 out of Squim. Live wire. Oh, DNF. Right off the bat. So after having probably one of his smoothest runs ever, comes out and takes the wrong turn, picks up the DNF. But the balance in the boat, like I said, the boats that you see out here that are so smooth and hook up so tightly with no drift, a lot of time to get the setup proper to where they will respond that way. Also depends on the hull. So many things come into play. By the way, our live stream today on both Facebook and YouTube. Big thank you to Paul White for providing the services there. As boat 47 on the way, Darren Swindoll, Matt Johnson. We have a black BMW down in the pits. You need to go move the black BMW out of the pits. You are in the way. And see, if you don't move it, they're just going to leave like a little note there that says, Go find it. You were here. Oh. I think he may have waved that off.
Two separate things. Lost Yorkie in the camping area. Running
Yeah,
around.
he waved that off. So you notice out here that you can see in some of the corners, you're going to see plants. You got stuff growing under the water, and these things will suck up the plants, and that is going to clog the grate that they have underneath the boats where it sucks up the water. So he waved it off. So you can wave it off, which essentially gives you a chance to come out again. But is he... Yep, he's going to try it again. So you were allowed to do that, to wave it off, and try it again, which he will. Boat 47.
Lost black ball.
Clean run for 47. 42.147. 42.147. We got a black BMW that is down in the pit area. You need to go move your vehicle, please. That needs to be moved. The black BMW down in the pits. You need to go move it, as in, like, right now. Also, we've got a lost Yorkie in the camping area. I don't know where it's at, but it is lost. And somebody has lost their black wallet, and they're offering a $100 reward. So, I have no idea where you take that black wallet. If you want... Okay, we're going to hold things for a second. If you found the black wallet, bring it up to the announcer booth, and then we'll call out for the guy that lost his wallet. As we go through it, comment on his license picture, his Costco card. You know, we'll take a look at phone numbers, credit cards. Yeah, today a lot of people could be getting free stuff from Amazon if the guy doesn't pick up his wallet. So, all right, it's got some crud in the water that they're trying to clean up. The crud being flotsam and jetsam, also known as plant life. Straight sideways, Dan Hatch, Wendy Manthe, boat 42. Pelican Team Racing. Got a 45.032 in his previous go. And it's good. 42.590. On the way, boat 27, Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. Leighton is out of Lewiston, Idaho, as is Coldy. Cody, by the way, is a hotshot firefighter. Leighton works for Gateway Materials. And the green flag is up. And Leighton is off and running. Wow, way more aggressive than his first run. Obviously, that first run just getting his feet wet. And this boat hooks up nicely, too. Nice and smooth and fast. This is going to be a great run. Bringing it in. Good. 39.569. It is official. So second boat in the class to bring it in under 40 seconds. Fastest boat, still boat 22 with Phil Miller in the driver's seat. He had a 37.975. But Leighton comes down, throws down a scorching 39.569. Literally 5 seconds faster than his first run. And rounding out the class in boat 146B, here comes Nicole and Tina in boat 146B, the Jolly Rogers boat. By the way, thank you to Milliken Crane for sponsoring today's races, serving the community for over 25 plus years, a proud supporter of the sprint boat races and events at the Extreme Sports Park. Time to go get it. Nicely done. Great line through there. All right. She's doing good. Real good. And Nicole makes the fast charge for home. It's good. 41.953. So a fantastic run for Nicole, driving that boat, 146, bringing us up to the Unlimiteds. Dean Lautenschlager, boat number 4 with the DNF. If you've got a Tioga motorhome, you've got your lights on. License number 212SM0. Your lights are on. See how Dino pulls through here. Nice. Does the little weave. Now takes it around the horn, and he charges for home. It's good. 42.980. After a DNF, he gets his time. That'll bring us to the Ford-powered 049. Obsession the name of the boat, Robert Cox, Allie Krupp. And they are late getting down into the water, literally just dropping the trailer into the water as we speak. By the way, a big thank you to Dungeness Endodontics, Dr. Peter Ham and his staff, helping you bring the races out here today. They provide the highest level of root canal care and the utmost comfort. They want their patients to leave feeling confident with their treatment and educated in their choices. Go see Dr. Peter Ham and his staff at Dungeness Endodontics. Also a big thank you to Red Carpet Car Wash. Get the best car wash on the peninsula 7 days a week in Carlsborg next to Big 5 Sporting Goods. As they get warmed up. By the way, a reminder to you down in the pits. A lot of activity going down there. Make sure that you try to stay out of the way of the Jeeps that are down there. You got your little ones with you. Keep them close in tow because of the activity that goes on during the race. Obviously, no smoking down in the pits and no pets. By the way, if you want to go down and see these boats up close and personal, $10 is the cost for a pit pass. And make sure you make your way down along the path to the pits. We've got Boaters Row down there. Livewire selling their goodies. Awesome coffee mugs and the like. We're going to be giving away some of their swag in a little bit. All right, 049 on the way. Little bounce in that corner. Chewing it up around the outside. See if he puts it in under 40. Great run, and he does. 38.540. So Robbie, 4.2 seconds better than his first run. One of the things that he talked about last night, I had a chance to chat with Robert Cox. Like he said, motor is running great. Now it's just getting the boat set up and the weight distribution so that it hooks up. And looked pretty smooth, except that last kind of corner he came around there where he got the bounce. He's getting there. As boat 151M, Psycho Racing, Kyle Patrick and Toddy. Kyle Patrick getting into the throttle. This is going to be a fast run. Already is. Hangs on to it, keeps it in. That obviously is going to suck down the time, and it's good. 37.272. Fastest boat on the course today. Right there. Boat 33, Ron and Jason Gallagher, the Bootlegger brothers. See if they got their problem fixed. This boat rides so low in the water. I'm standing over here. Of course, I can see the start channel. And the tip of that boat is like 2 to 3 inches out of the water. Wow, nice jump. That was a good leap. Oh, hooked the island, hangs on to it. This is going to get squirrely. He's coming out charging hard after a number of years of not racing. See how he does through the chicane. Does fine. Ah, no! DNF. Took the right too early. He had a fun run going. Another Jolly Rogers on the way, boat 556. Dustin Springer, Keith Brownsberger. Again, we have a Tioga Motorhome, license plate 212 SMO. It's a motorhome, and your lights are on. And nobody's home. By the way, if you're over at the beer garden, you need something to eat, Olympus Hot Dogs is over there with gourmet hot dogs and nachos. Just running rough. It kind of sounds like my first car. He gets the clean run. 46.843. And boat number 10. Dan Morrison, Kara McGuire. Port Angeles. Port Angeles. They're home. Dan, of course, the owner of, part owner, not only in the track here, but also Morrison Excavation. He likes big equipment. Boat 10 in the water. A lot of people lining up over here at the start channel. Please stay behind the kind of roped off area there. Nice. And it's good, and the fastest run today. 36.225. That is your fastest run on the course today. With 35, Chris and Katie Monroe are screaming Kiwis. So we got two different Kiwis that are screaming out here. These are the screaming Kiwis. And then in the 400 class, they're not screaming, they're steaming Kiwis. Steaming and screaming. One thing and this is totally aesthetic, what I love about Chris and Katie's boat is, for the most part, unpainted. Just the polished alloy. And I love the way that looks. And he charges for home with a 37 and change. 37.887 for the Monroes. And that is the end of our second qualifier. With a third qualifier coming up. You're looking for a tasty treat, Top Chops, a national beef jerky company selling all flavors of jerky and pepperoni sticks. Proud to sponsor sprint boat races here at the Extreme Sports Park and helping bring great events to our community. Also, a thank you to Still bringing you racing here at the Extreme Sports Park. .154B in the water. James Goldberg, Margaret Purcell. Hard to hook. Almost missed the corner. Not pretty, but it was clean. .621 and 666 on the way. 46.78 is last. hangs it up on the corner, gets the slide, skips across the water, and does a pirouette. So he spins it in the opposite direction, does the 180. Not a bad dismount. Oh, they got the tow rope out. Hey, we've got audience members. Pull! Pull! What did you do today? Oh, we pushed boats across an island. And they get it in. Give it up for our safety crew, the hardest working men in boat business. Way to go, guys. Putting a little muscle on it. Now the question, can he get it started? And one of our safety crew members, if you saw in the back of the boat there, making sure that that grate is clear. It's essentially a turf grater on the underside of it. And he comes off under his own power. All sorts of things going wrong for him there in his setup on that corner. Oh, do we have the, looks like the T-shirt slingshot is out. Oh, look at that, Babe Ruth calling where this T-shirt's going to go. And, yep, somebody got it. I always love it when they shoot those off towards the beer garden because that's where you get your scrum. It's like people piling on. Free T-shirt, free T-shirt. Let's fight for free T-shirt. Welcome to sprint boat racing. What other sporting event do they use a slingshot for T-shirts? I got an idea. Let's make a giant wrist rocket and shoot T-shirts at people. Boat 623. Let's see if the pressure that Dylan Hatch or Cletus McFarland laid down, let's see if Clint steps it up a little bit. Oh, boy. Oh, no. Ow. He hooked that corner coming through the chicane, clipped that island, and it was launch time. And off he goes in front of the beer garden. Literally just came in too tight on that island, and it was done. Safety crew checking them out, making sure that they're relatively okay. With that kind of wreck, now, once they get back, they will be checked out by the EMTs. We do have an ambulance crew that is on standby, as is every race, and they will get thoroughly checked out. And then the question is, did they damage the boat? So they'll work on trying to, looks like, get them back in the water. quite the little bell ringer there. See if they're going to bring out the tractor. Looks like, yep. The big orange beast looks like it's fired up. I guess he's backing it up. Waiting to see whether they're going to get them back in the water or they get the tow job. Yeah, it looks like they're going to try to pull them back in the water. They could probably use the services of Evergreen Collision. They're located in Port Angeles in Sequim. Proud to be supporting the races today here at the Extreme Sports Park. Also a big thank you to Straight View Credit Union, locally owned and operated. They've been in Clallam County for over 83 years with competitive loans and deposit accounts. Stop by their office or visit them at their website, svu.com. Make sure you head down to Vendor Row and support your favorite sprint boat team. Livewire, Jolly Roger, Dark Horse Racing, Fear Not teams. A number of new vendors in the upper vendor area, including Northwest Nuggets. And part of their proceeds are going to go to the military support groups. He comes off under his own power. Check out their new T-shirts, hoodies, camp chairs that have the ESP, Extreme Sports Park logo. So, safety crew, all of a sudden, getting a bit of a workout today. And that's racing. So, Clint Birch, Terry Lovell get the big biff with boat 03A on the way. Kind of figured for a second there that we might see the T-shirt slingshot. By the way, our track sponsored by Still. Made in the U.S.A. You can get extreme performance in your backyard with Still battery tools. Everything from mowers and trimmers to chainsaws and blowers. Battery power made by Still. You can find your local Still dealer at stilldealers.com, S-T-I-H-L dealers.com. Boat 03 in the water. Full tilt. Does okay. And it's clean. 53.315. On the way, our LS boat. Anything that he does isn't quote-unquote official. It's not a modified boat. Again, just a simple crate engine. Hopefully next year we'll see a number of LS boats as sort of the new beginner class. The modifieds originally were supposed to be the beginner class. And then after everybody realized they could do all sorts of fun stuff with the engines, and they started really stepping up in terms of speed and time, it became something completely different. And he cruises for home. And he gets an unofficial 54.448. So like we said, mostly it's exhibition, but he wanted to be the first for the new class. And about the only place to stick him was in the modified. So there he goes until that new class is formed as boat 40. Daniel Finley and the Navigator and Dylan Hatch in boat 40. They are in the water. Don't forget, if your kids get antsy, take them over to the kids zone. $5 an hour to watch your kid over there by the beer gardens. They got lots of things to do, and rumor is they have face painting. Call it good. $43.459. And his best time was a 43.489. 0.04 of a second faster. And another Jolly Roger on the way, boat 208, Cletus McFarland. Check him out at CletusMcFarland.com. Instagram, Twitter, Spencer Fagione. His best time was a 42.265. So far, he's been fastest in the class today. Only his second race. I don't think he's picked his foot up. It's good. $42,924. So another great run for Cletus. Jay Correa, Gina Doyle, in boat 08. Up and coming. By the way, if you're looking for some custom leather working and embroidery items, Shotgun Leather Works up there on Vendor Row on the top terrace. They also have ASB gear. Support our sanctioned races by picking up your American Sprint Boat Racing merchandise right up there at Shotgun Leather Works. Two DNFs in a row. Looking for their first clean run. And he gets the DNF. So 3 in a row. Get one more chance at it. And he stalled out. All right. Picks it back up. Stalled out there in the exit channel. Scarlett Taylor in boat 03B. Scarlett getting her very first official run in our second qualifier in her very first race ever. Don't forget to drop on by our Racers t-shirt booths over there. Stuff for adults and kiddos. This is going to be tight. She does it. Oh, that looks scary for a second, the way that she weaved through there. And she does it. $48,492. Wow, 7 seconds faster than she went before. And by the way, Selden Glebe, who owns the boat, drove it earlier, and she walked all over his time. His best was a 43.2. So here you got a guy that's been racing for 3 years, her first race. She literally motorboats him in his own boat. Nice. And our final boat out in the class here in the Q4, Jeff Purcell, James Goldberg, 154A. And it's good. 46.309. So he gets his best today. And we move back into the 400s. 146A is the boat. Eric Werner, Tina Huff. We'll see this boat again at the end of our 400 class with Nicole Brown in the driver's seat, 146A and B. If you're just getting here, when we designate a boat with an A or B, it means that you will see the same boat twice, but with a different driver. Eric Werner, nicely done. See if he can bring it in under 40. No. .097. So he lays down his fastest in the third qualifier. And boat 5, Kelly Stevenson, Tracy Montgomery on the way. At a 43.223 in the Q2. DNF in their first go-around. Part of our Kiwi contingency. Well, everyone said it was going to be a fast rotation today, and for the most part, it's lived up to that. With the one little area where people have had problems. And Kelly coming out hard. And this is the tricky part. Wow, almost straight through. This is going to be a great run. It's good.
Wow.
41.078. Boat 5. So definitely our time's getting more competitive. If you look at it, 0.02 of a second in difference between the last two boats. Eric Werner's 41.097 and Kelly Stevenson's 41.078. Quite a bit of parity in the 400s. On the way, Rudy Schuler, David Thompson, father-son team, both 68. Nice smooth run. And he gets it good. .365. And so far, the fastest boat in the class today, Phil Miller and Amy Thompson. And boat 22 in the traditional Fat Buddy orange and black. Not to be confused with Oregon State University orange and black. Canada's favorite son. Yeah, he does through there. Good. Man, he makes that look so easy. Good. .275, his fastest run today. Obviously, the fastest in the class today. Exactly 0.6 of a second faster than his best run. Or 0.7 of a second, with Stephen and Randy Church. Their last run was a 40.569. See if they can shave off enough time to bring it in under 40. And does not look like it. Oh! So that's like the most embarrassing wreck so far today. That's just one of those where it's like, okay, that just, no. That was sick and wrong. That should not have happened. So they'll get pushed back in the water. I know Stephen's wife is just right now, what did you just do? What were you thinking? Why? Why stay? Apparently, I guess, at least one of our officials is saying they think that he was trying to do a wave off, and he didn't really wave it. So I don't know if that would be an official wave off or not with the wreck. You don't see that happen very often like that. I don't think I've ever seen a wave off followed by a wreck. So that is officially the DNF. And our safety crew launching T-shirts. Guys, you know, there is another side of the track over here. Just being an advocate for the folks over here on this side. If you ever want to lob one over this direction. Yeah, there you go. All right. Hey, the announcer is on your side. I am on your side. Make some noise over here so they see where you're at. Oh, now they're going the other way. T-shirtus interruptus. Here we go. Oh, nice catch. Nice catch. Whoever got that has good hands. That was just a leaping catch. That was wide receiver quality. Nicely done. All of your graphic and printing needs can be taken care of by Pen Print in downtown Port Angeles. Heather and George been a big part of the community, supporting a variety of events, including Wicked Racing in the Extreme Sports Park. And ESP says thank you to Pen Print. Frank's Auto Repair, a supporter of the Extreme Sports Park as well. If you've got a domestic or foreign auto, well, Frank's can handle it for you. Frank's Automotive. And don't forget, ESP has a couple of ATM machines located in the South ticket booth area. Look for the ATM banner, and don't fret, they say they have a lot of cash in there for you. And a big thank you to all the folks on the VIP berm. If you want to be a VIP, go to the ESP booth and ask how you can be a VIP. Because everybody wants to be a VIP. Also, the official propane at the Extreme Sports Park comes from CHS Propane, your full-service propane company servicing the Olympic Peninsula. Locally owned, locally operated, and they have trained and experienced professionals. These are people that know propane. It's like, there's a tank. It has propane in it. I am an expert. They are dedicated, though, to customer service and satisfaction. Looks like we're back to racing. Mike Reardon, Josh Garvin, part of the Jolly Rogers contingent. 51.88, their best. See how they fare on this go around. Want to thank everybody coming out here and enjoying the sprint boat racing. Thank you to the folks that camped out and the like. Tell a friend. Bring a friend. Bring two friends. Bring a neighbor, even if you don't like them. Wow, he's all over the place. Really coming out kind of wild in his approach. And that is the kind of wreck that drivers don't like to have with all that pressure coming down on that jet. I just got to think that it's the boat setup as just squirrely as that thing is handling the bounce, the drift, and everything else. It's squirrely. Making it hard for him to hang on to it, so the DNF. By the way, Northwest Ford Dealers Association, a sponsor of the ESP Sports Park and the ASB sanctioning body. They're set up in Bender Row with a brand new F350 dually and a new F-150 Tremor. Go on by and see them out in the T-shirt row by the pits. Finally they got it over here in this area. Oh, come on. You got to get it to the lady in the turquoise that's jumping over here. Heroes and T-shirt slingers, the safety crew at Extreme Sports Park. Oh, that is a sweet-looking truck. Live wire in the water. If you've been a long-time supporter of the sprint boat races here at ESP, you've seen this boat a number of times. Formerly owned by Paul Garr out of Squim. Vaughn, the current owner, longtime crew chief for this boat, and then now the owner. Live wire. All right, Vaughn with a solid run. Now he makes the hard charge for home, and it's good. $43,084. And that will bring us to boat 47. Darren Swindoll, Matt Johnson, 42,147 in their previous go-around. Waiting for Livewire to get out as Bandit Gold gives it a try. Team Bandit, actually, two boats, Bandit Black and Bandit Gold. Darren's brother Brian, Darren Swindoll, the driver of boat 47, his brother Brian. Also, the two of them used to race, but right now working hard on a boat building contract and trying to get those orders out as fast as possible. So Brian not making it to the race, unfortunately. Brother Darren, though, here and ready to roll. Well, this is definitely his smoothest run so far. Nicely done in the corners, good lines, and it's good. .236. Bringing the hatches back in boat 42. In the water. Dan Hatch, Wendy Manthe. The same thing that happened before. He came in, is trying to do a straight line through that little chicane. And hit the tip of the island, and welcome to the launch. Parking in the same spot. That one area, I mean, it looks so subtle. You look at that and go, well, that's not that bad, but at speed, it really is. And a couple of ways to approach it. You do the twerk, where you swing the back end back and forth, or if you're willing to scrape both sides of the boat, you can go through there straight. But if you get a little bit too far to the left or right, you're going to eat it. And we've seen several boats today eat it right there. And that's what he was trying to do. He went at that at exactly a straight line and just too far over to the left. Literally just launches him out. And that's one thing. There are a number of spots on this track, depending on the rotation, where you think, yeah, I can go through there in a straight line, but if you are, you're going to be touching both sides of the boat a little bit. So you have to be absolutely perfect to be able to pull it off. So he didn't pull it off that time. Late Lily and Cody Holzer in boat 27 on the way. Leighton's done a lot of racing in his life. And motorcycle racing in particular, Leighton had a very bad accident that left him in a wheelchair. But Leighton is a racer's racer. Guy has racing in his blood. So he has a modified sprint boat, modified just in terms of the throttle placement, which is on the steering wheel. And he's up. Boat 27. Leighton Lilly, Cody Holzer in boat 27. Oh, man. Oh! Get away from the fence! Ow. And that is his first off-the-track experience. All right, so they're calling the trailer out. So we're going to get the trailer out there to take it off. So right there, touching the beer garden fence. So tractor guy, if you can get the trailer out there, calling out to the tractor guy. If we can get you out there, tractor man. So last night, after the show and shine, I had a chance to have a chat with Leighton, the driver of the boat, and here's what he had to say. Leighton, I got to say, your last race was your first race, and for a first-timer, you went out there and ate it up.
Yeah, I learned a lot that day, and it felt good to finally get in a channel, and I kind of just didn't know what to expect and tried to put a little speed on it every time I went out, and it turned out okay. So we got a lot more to learn, but we're happy for sure with the first one.
What I kind of noticed was, and maybe we should mention this, you used to race completely different sport, but you were used to racing.
Yeah, my whole life since I was 3 years old, I've been racing something. I had a major accident 13 years ago and then got back into racing, so it's changed a little bit, but I still feel the need to go out there and race. Yeah, for sure.
So one of the things a lot of the drivers have a hard time with when they get started is trusting the boat. You looked right off the bat like you trusted that boat was going to do what you wanted it or needed it to do.
Yeah, the boat is honestly better than the driver right now, that's for sure. So good equipment makes my job easier once I learn what I'm doing. So we definitely got a good package with the boat, and so now we just got to learn how to drive it, and we should be good.
So what, from your previous experience racing to what you're doing now, you did marathon jet boats, right?
Yeah, marathon jet boat racing for about 6 years, and then switched over to this. Yeah.
How much of that, and I know a little bit about the marathon jet boats. I mean, you guys are in rollers and rapids and everything else going down a river at insane speeds. Yeah. Anything there that you can apply to this?
Not too much, really. It's still in water, and it burns race gas. Other than that, it is totally different. Straight line speed is everything in that, and not so much turning, and turning is everything here, and really straight line speed doesn't get into play too much. So yeah, marathon boats was a little bit different game, but racing's racing, really. I feel once you figure out what equipment you need to do well, and then from there you just got to learn that particular sport, and that's what we're trying to do now.
Okay. You've had a chance. You were just out looking at the track a little bit ago. Most of the other racers looking at that is like, oh, this is going to be a fast one. What was your takeaway?
Yeah, looks a little faster for sure. A bit wider than the last track, but it's a lot of the similar stuff. Like the overall corners maybe are a little bit smoother to get into some of the channels, which will create more speed coming in. So, but we don't really know I don't know what I'm looking at yet until I get in the boat, and so it all looks good until you get out there. But yeah, we'll try to figure it out a little quicker this time, and maybe get some more speed earlier in the day, and then we'll know what to expect when you're going fast.
All right. Leighton, lay down some great times.
We're going to try. Thank you.
That, Leighton Lilly, who we just saw have the close encounter of the fence kind, making his way off now. Gets the parade treatment with the big orange tractor. So he was on it and just wide on that corner, and that was all she wrote. It's amazing how far and how fast these boats are going. You imagine the friction, the weight of the boat, the engine and everything else, and to go that far across the turf, pretty amazing. And of course, you know, I've talked about safety being a big concern, which is why you see these reinforced fences out here. Right now, our safety crew over examining, at least one of the individuals, examining the fence over there and doing a little bit of repair, it looks like, after Leighton punched a little bit of a hole into it. The idea, of course, keep the boats in the general confines inside that fenced area. And he makes his way out. And in a moment, we'll get our safety crew once they make sure everything is patched up on the far end. All right, we'll ask again, are you guys enjoying the race out here today? Yeah. Beer garden, are you okay over there? Are you well hydrated? Beer garden. Yeah, they're over there. Where am I? Yeah, it's okay. And a big reminder, again, if you're over in the beer garden and you've been enjoying the beverages, make sure that you have a designated driver if you're not camping out tonight. Get you home safely. Want to make sure everybody, of course, makes it home safely. There will be a police presence out there after the race for the obvious reasons, and they will be out there taking care of things. And it looks like we're going to be bringing out a bale of hay to put over there. So he obviously punched a pretty good hole in it. Let's give it up for bales of hay. This is not just any hay. This is safety hay. Grown, of course, by Northwest Safety Hay Growers. Well, if you're looking for extreme performance in your backyard and you don't have your own sprint boat track, well, why don't you consider Still products? And a full line of Still battery tools. You don't have to worry about the extension cords anymore. You hook it up to a battery and you're firing up your chainsaw, your trimmer, your mower, even a blower. Battery power, all made by Still, made in the U.S.A. Still been around since 1974. My brother was a longtime arborist, and his first chainsaw was a Still that he bought in 1975, the first year after they went into business. And everybody's giving it up for the hay bale. Are we gonna launch a T-shirt or no? Doesn't look like it. So the water here about 3 feet deep. These channels anywhere from 15 to 20 feet wide, thereabouts, depending. Some of the approaches to the corners wider. So not a lot of room to do a whole lot of maneuvering. Some of the channels, if you notice, quite a bit narrower than some of the wider ones. And it looks like, yes, the safety crew is going to launch a shirt. Ballistic shirts at the Extreme Sports Park. Who are they going to target? Here we go, the wind-up and the pitch. You got that one up there a ways. Oh, they're booing them. You're booing the guys giving you free shirts. What are you whining about? Are we going to do another one? Yeah, rodeos have the clowns. We have the safety crew members. All right. I hear overpowered boats starting up. Our final in the 400 class in this third qualifier, Nicole Brown and Tina Huff. Nicole came out and laid down a 41 back in the Q2. It's interesting, you start looking at the times, a lot of 41s. Of course, the fastest boat, still, Phil Miller with a 22. Leighton Lilly, the only one to bring it, other one to bring it in under 40. All right, Nicole and Tina. And good! .405, her best run today. And that brings us to the unlimited class. He had a 42.980 in the second qualifier. DNF in his first. Jack Bringman, the navigator. Dean is the runner for hire. And we're finding out that 049 is on a 5-minute clock. Clean run and under 40. 39.768. Dean, a longtime driver. Dean is one of those guys, somebody else builds and owns the boat, and they call up Dino and say, "You want to drive my boat?" To which I don't think he ever says no. Long-time competitor in sprint boat racing. Boat 049, our Ford-powered boat, is on a 5-minute clock, although looks like he's getting it started right now. And he is. The only Ford-powered boat out here. Which I'm sure your Northwest Ford dealers are happy to see. Rooting for the Ford. By the way, they've got some pretty cool new rigs down there. The new Ford F350 dually and the Ford F150. back over there. So they've got 3 minutes left to get that boat off the trailer on a 5-minute clock. They do have it started. That's what you're hearing right now. In sprint boat racing, besides this boat, there's only 2 others in the world, sprint boat racers. Of course, south of the equator. And he's in the water. So he beats the 5-minute clock. 5-minute clock, essentially, if you've got some sort of mechanical issue, a problem, and it's your turn to go, you were put on the 5-minute clock, and you've got 5 minutes to get whatever that problem is solved. And if you can't do it in the 5 minutes, you get what's called a DNS, which is a did not start. And we have not seen one of those today. DNFs, did not finishes, yes. Here we go, the Ford. Lots of bounce there. DNF. Little story behind boat 049 and Robert Cox. So if you're into remote control airplanes, you probably know about the Cox 049 engine. It's a model airplane engine for remote control airplanes. And Rob's dad was a remote control plane hobbyist. And so when they started racing, last name Cox, the Cox 049 engine, we're calling it the number is 049. So the name and the number all have to do with remote control airplanes. So Robbie Cox with the DNF and boat 151, Kyle Patrick and Toddy, Darren Todd. Darren Todd, former world champion from Down Under. He's out of New Zealand. Kyle Patrick spent a number of years in the 400 class, winning the national championship a couple of times. And good! .006. A couple of kerfuffles there as he was going through. He could have gotten that under 37 seconds. Smooth out a couple of things in his lines, and that would have been down in the 36 point something range. So far, the only boat in the class to bring it in under 37 seconds is Dan Morrison and Kara McGuire with a 36.225, as our bootlegging brothers Ron and Jason Gallagher roll out in boat 33. Two DNFs in a row for the boys. See how they fare here. Oh! Coming in too tight along the banks there, and all sorts of stuff flying out of the boat. And we're going to need the tractors. So, tractor trailer guy, if you can get over there, please. Looks like they tore off there is a plate that goes over the back of the pump. It got torn off when they were doing the endo. And they're good. They are out and okay. And you imagine, and you can, of course, remember what that looked like. Imagine the view from inside the boat. So, yeah, we're going to need the tractor and probably a set of clean underwear. That definitely leaving some dents in that boat. And the EMTs made their way out there. And they'll get their official checkout. Man, so glad they're okay. That gives you an idea how strong these boats are. The fact that that thing's still in one piece, well, mostly one piece. Yeah, coming around this one corner and going down to that back stretch, came in real close to that top island and left him no room, really, to make the left-hand turn. So they'll get the ride out. Give a big round of applause to the Gallagher brothers. Ron and Jason Gallagher. And coming around here, taking the parade route. Everybody's, I love it, they're waving. Yeah, we did that. Yeah, that was us. You're welcome. Yeah. Give it up as they go by. The Gallaghers. Hey, guys.
That's awesome.
That is awesome.
Have a spectacular ride for your boat out here, out for the day.
Well, I think we probably won't be seeing this boat anymore today. I think that's pretty much a foregone conclusion. This year, OSP Sling is celebrating 50 years of manufacturing and selling slings to companies around the world. Happy to be able to sponsor, along with other local companies, the return of ESP and the sprint boat races here in Port Angeles. And also Tacoma Propeller. You got a boat? Well, that's where you're going to get your propeller and shafting needs. With thousands of propellers, they can ship out the same day. They do boat shafting. They stock wheels up to 60 inches in diameter and have a full machine shop as well as a repair shop. Check out Tacoma Propeller. You need props, they have props. And ESP would like to send a big thank you out to AOS Electric for their years of support, taking care of all the electrical needs here at the Extreme Sports Park. A big thank you going out to Andy and Cheryl and Brian at APS. By the way, coming up here at the Extreme Sports Park, next couple of weekends, a lot of fun stuff. Next weekend, if you want to get your beer on, the Northwest Beer Fest with microbrews and beers from all over. Happening next weekend, the 16th and 17th. Live music throughout the festival. They'll have a big covered beer garden and food vendors, axe throwing and games, makers market, and a lot more. So have some beer, throw an axe. And then Fall Fest coming up the following weekend on September 23rd and through the 25th with the world-class Lumberjack Show, a lawnmower derby, 4x4 show, more axe throwing, pumpkin patch, hay mazes, hay rides, petting zoo, bounce houses, live music, and a beer garden. Family day tickets are free. Paid parking and tokens available for purchase on arrival. So stop on by and have some fun here at the Extreme Sports Park. Yes, it's all about sprint boat racing, but a lot of other great events here at the Extreme Sports Park throughout the year. Waiting for boat 556, Dustin Springer, Keith Brownsberger, a part of the Jolly Rogers. Waiting for them to get the boat fired up and in the water. And if your car is dirty, Red Carpet Car Wash with the best car washes in the peninsula, 7 days a week in Carlsborg next to Big 5 Sports. Okay, back to 556, Dustin Springer, Keith Brownsberger. And dealing with the same problem they were dealing with earlier. Clean run. $46,964. Also, if you like sprint boat racing and you want to make a long trip, first weekend in October in Ontario, Oregon. That is right over there across the border from California in eastern Oregon. Track over there in Ontario. You are invited to make the trip. 3 operating tracks here in the U.S. One in Oregon, Dan Morrison and Karen McGuire, boat 10. And that's how you go through there straight. Good. 36,394. So still the fastest boat of the Unlimiteds and the fastest boat on the course today. As of yet, nobody being able, other than Dan, to bring it in under 37 seconds. Dan has done it twice. With boat 35, Chris and Katie Monroe, the husband and wife team. Rounding it up here in this third qualifier. Originally from Queenstown, New Zealand, making their home in Idaho now. They've got a Pro Charge 427 sitting behind them. And they're on the track. Green flag is down. Go time. See how he goes through here? Yeah, he kind of snakes it through. And it's good. 37.469. So his fastest run today, shaving off 4/10. And this will also start our fourth and final qualifier. So qualifying for qualifiers, what are they qualifying for? Well, they are qualifying for the elimination rounds. 8 cut, 4 cut, and then the finals. So the times that will be up consideration is the fastest time for each boat as to whether they make it in to that first round of the eliminations. It's all about their fastest time. So for instance, for James Goldberg and Margaret Purcell, the time that they would be considering right now is a 45.377 that they got in the second qualifier. Depending on how they do this round. So each boat's fastest time is considered as to whether they make it into the eliminations or not. It's clean. .962. With Jeremy Sissa and Jess Law of the Dark Horse Racing Team ready to roll in 666. They've had kind of a rough day so far. Managed to get a clean run in the second qualifier. Bookended by DNFs. One a wrong turn, the other out of the water. Oh, coming in real tight. Keeps it in the water. And he gets it done. That could have been bad. No. 46.777. And boat 623, Clint Birch, Terry Lovell, the Fear Not boat on the 5-minute clock. They have a big booth down there that they are doing a raffle with a bucket, a literal bucket full of stuff. I notice adult beverages are some of those. You can go down and get a raffle ticket at the Fear Not booth, which is located just right there along T-shirt row leading into the pits. They have a variety of things over there. Their classic red sunglasses, beer koozies, hats, tees, hoodies. They're right next door to the Jolly Rogers. Live wire out there. All the cool T-shirt booths are down there on Vendor Row, right by the pit opening. Those T-shirts and those sweatshirts and the like help keep these guys and gals running. And they have some pretty cool race swag down there. All right. So Sheldon Glebe, or Selden Glebe, pardon me, and Scarlett Taylor in full tilt, 03A. So far, Scarlett has driven this boat better than Selden. We'll see if Selden can pick up his game a little bit. And he gets the clean run. Is 50.813. So 50.813 on the 5-minute clock still. Boat 623 with boat 36. Wrap racing. This is the LS boat, the crate motor boat. So his time not official here because thought for a second there he lost some power, and instead it was the DNF, so he'll bring it out. Any time that Scott puts down is not an official time because technically he's in a class by himself, and you can take that as complimentary or not. But it being kind of this new approach with the LS class being just a simple crate motor slapped in the back of a boat, and he's kind of doing an exhibition and getting his feet wet. The hope is next year we'll have a number of LS boats that will be racing. At least that is the hope. As looks like Dylan Hatch and Daniel Finley, the Pelicans, in boat 40. Okay, so boat 623 gets our first DNS today. Did not start, so they will not be out for the fourth qualifier. Boat 40 is Dylan Hatch, Daniel Finley. It's good. And their best run today, 42.737. So one of three boats now to bring it in under 43 seconds in the class. Dylan Hatch and Daniel Finley in boat 40. With Cletus McFarland, Spencer Fagioni, boat 208A. They're one of the other boats to bring it in under 43. With a 42.2 and a 42.9. Second race ever in sprint boating. And that's puzzling. I don't know. It looks like they lost power. And they get the DNF and bring it out. I don't know if that was a case of miscommunication or an actual boat issue with boat 71. So boat 71 has had 3 DNFs in a row, 1 time out of the water, 2 in the middle of the course with taking out the wrong channel. They have one last chance to put down a qualifying time. Boat 71, Jay Correa, Gina Doyle. Probably Jay has one of the more interesting occupations in boat 71. He does streetcar construction. His navigator, Gina, is a caregiver. both out of Salem, Oregon. Little Chevy 350 in the back end. One final chance to qualify. And 4 DNFs in a row. Their day of racing is done. Boat 3B, Scarlett Taylor, your driver. Oh, is she going to make it? She does. Yeah. Clean run. $49.140. And 154A. Our final modified boat in this fourth qualifier. Their best time was a 46.306 with Jeff in the driver's seat. It's good. 45.979. So Jeff, as the driver, had his best time right there, the 45.979. And we're back to the 400 class, the A400 class. Eric Werner, Tina Huff, 146A. Part of the Jolly Rogers. Eric, the driver, the founder of the Jolly Rogers team. Running in all three of the classes, modified, 400, and unlimited class. It's good. 40.528. That would be his best time today. So, of all of his times, he had a 42.4, followed by a 41.5, then a 41.0. That 40.528 will be the time that will be considered when it comes to the eliminations. The order that the drivers and the boats come out in the eliminations will change from this lineup based on slowest to fastest boat. So when we get into the eliminations, the boat that qualifies with the slowest time will be out first, followed by the fastest boat. Boat number 5. Boat 5. Oh, is he going to make it? He does. Buck and Bronco right there towards the end. He gets it good. $41,909. One of the, as a driver, I think one of the things that Kelly does is he's really hooking some of those corners real hard. That he kind of smoothed those lines out a little bit, could really lay down some faster times. That boat is quick. Obviously handles well the fact that he can hook it that hard, but sometimes just almost like he's oversteering. Being able to just smooth that out a little bit. Rudy Schuler, David Thompson, Steamin' Kiwi. They were serving birthday cake off the hood of this boat last night. Oh, wow, that was great. And it's good. $42,951, the official time. And it is Miller time. Phil Miller, boat 22, our fastest in the 400 class today. Up to this time, Phil Miller, Amy Thompson. Fat buddy. Our Canadian. So, who do you think the boat to beat is going to be in this class? 37,586. So 156 in the water. Really, the only other boat at this point that came close and that's brought it in under 40 seconds in the 400 class was Leighton Lilly, who we saw take the long cross-country trip over into the fence where the bale is now at. Stephen and Randy Church, the husband and wife out of Cheshire, Oregon, down in Lane County. Close to Eugene, but far enough away that they can say they're not from Eugene. He's got a good run going this time around, although hangs it wide, clipped the bank a little. Boy, some nasty bouncing. Ooh, that bleeds all kinds of time. And it's good. 41.621. So his best time, actually in the second qualifier, a 40.569. Just a lot of bounce. Mike Reardon and Josh Garvin in the Jolly Rogers will be out in boat 625. Still made in America. I want to thank them for being our track sponsor out here. It's amazing how many products they've expanded to for your lawn and garden, whether you're talking about brush cutters or hedge trimmers or pruners. And don't forget the chainsaws. Made in America. Still. He is just wide and tight, or tight, on his corners. Not so much there. He's starting off. And the clean run. $55.411. After our fourth qualifier here, we will take a little bit of a lunch break after the driver introductions. Von Trapp, Matt Denson. In the 400s, they pretty much, besides Nicole Brown, they're your hometowners almost. Squim is where they call home. I don't know if it's Squimite or Squimian, but I'm sure somebody will correct me. Live wire. And the crucial corner, nicely done. And the DN. And he picks up the DNF. Coming up, of the Bandits. For something to pick up to eat, the Knights of Columbus up there on Bender Row has got your burgers. All the proceeds going to charity. Your burger, your drink, your chips, $12. Northwest Sugar Shack is up there with Red Bull and spritzers and cold brew and ice cream and all sorts of good stuff, along with pulled pork sandwiches. Bogtown Coffee up there in the coffee trailer. Get Rolled has egg rolls and chicken tenders. Highland County Donuts, well, what do you think they have? Rebel Heart Coffee, waffle cones, exotic teas, and kettle corn. All right. The Swindols. See how he pulls through here. Very nice. After being out of it for a year, I kind of wondered how much rust Darren was going to have. Hanging a little close on that. He seems to have knocked the rust off. Clean run. 41.087. And that's his best of the day. So, knocking quite a bit of rust off. Coming out after a year, almost 2 seasons off. This is the last race of the season and the only one that he's raced so far this year. So good to see Darren Swindoll back. His daughter had exclusively been his navigator. She is in college, taking final exams today, or at least one. And boat 42. Dan Hatch, Wendy Manthe, straight sideways. One of the Pelicans. Call it good. $43.042. His best was a 42.59 back in the second qualifier. And by the way, guess who's back? Boat 27, Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer. They are back after that long sprint across the grass into the fence where the bale is. They're back and coming in off the trailer.
Yeah, it was so fun watching him at St. John. I just drove.
And if you watch, coming out on the right side, the navigator side of the boat, there is a huge dent in the boat. We'll see how it handles. Right there, huge dent. Layton definitely taking it a bit easier this go around. Probably just to find out how the boat's going to handle after banging it up. Fortunately, the dent high enough, really not going to affect anything, although we can't see what's under the water line. And it's good. .790. Well, they will definitely make it into the elimination rounds just based on their second qualifying run of 39.56. And finally, last boat in the 400s here in the fourth qualifier. It's the Go Girls, Nicole Brown and Tina Huff in 146B. Man, I don't think she let up going through that chicane. Oh, what? Gets the DNF.
Well, Eric will be happy this time. Eric has the faster time.
And we're into the unlimited class with boat 4. Dean Schlager, Jack Bringman. At a 39.768. And their third, their best time. Oh! Clean run. .38.559. Fastest run of his today. The only thing that could make that boat cooler would be a black light. It's, it reminds me, it's like back in the 70s, the black light posters. That is the black light boat. That would pop under a black light.
They need to get gas supply. They said 9.
And in case you had any question in your mind whether we were going to see boat 33 again, we aren't. Waiting now for... So boat 33 is done for the day. And boat 049, the Obsession boat, the Ford boat, the Ford. He's Fording it. Yeah, we're going to hop in the Ford. Go to the sprint boat race, eh? Ford time. Ford time. Go, Robbie. Yes. Wide and bounce. Still working on the setup. And it's good. .385. So the time on the clock incorrect. So 40.385. All right, so we're finding out that boat 35, our Screamin' Kiwis, are out for the day. Chris Monroe and Katie Monroe. So 2 down in the Unlimiteds with boat 151M, Kyle Patrick and Dottie coming out. He had a 37.006 as his fastest time.
Gave her a big hug, and I said, "Oh, good, navigate."
It's clean. 36.160. Fastest time on the course today. That is the fastest time. Dan Morrison in boat 10 had a 36.225. Less than a tenth of a second faster is Kyle Patrick. So an interesting duel showing up here in the Unlimiteds with 556, Dustin Springer and Keith Brownsberger coming out. Jolly Rogers. We think. Oh, yep, they're finally getting down here. So Kyle Patrick stepping it up. Not sure exactly what the issue is for the Monroes and why they're out for the day. I'm just going to say engine problems. Yeah, there you go. There's the expert opinion. Yeah, they're having engine problems. They're not running. They got that engine problem. Or to be more specific, a boat issue. Thank you. Yes, when it comes to specifics, we leave no rock unturned. So, racers, drivers, navigators, don't forget, driver introduction right after our final boat. So make your way out to the island there for the driver introductions. So we're on a 5-minute clock for boat 556 as they try to work out their ongoing issues. Les Schwab Tires, of course, bringing you racing out here today, where they believe in supporting their local communities. They take care of neighbors, and they are a part of the community. They're committed to service in their stores and in the communities, because when the communities succeed, it's good for everybody. Les Schwab Tires. Rain Shadow Roofing. They've got 20 years experience in the peninsula, covering all your roofing needs. Check them out at rainshadowroofing.com. All right, so they made it off the trailer, and judging by the way the boat is running, barely made it off the trailer. And they're just saying, why bother? They pick up the DNF. They did not finish. And that leaves us with one boat left. Dan Morrison and Kara McGuire. So, up until Kyle Patrick and Darren Todd in 155 or 151M threw down a 36.160, Dan Morrison had the fastest time with a 36.225. Are we going to see Dan pick up his pace, or is he going to say, we got the eliminations to go? He is going to make it into the eliminations, so question, does he push it, or does he just say, I'm in, why bother? Ooh, ah. And the clean run and a 37 and change, it looks like. 37.153. And that is your final qualifying run of the day. Drivers, navigators, don't forget, driver introduction coming up here soon. So, if you're going to be stretching your limbs, why don't you head on down there towards the pits and check out some of the T-shirts and swag from our different drivers, Livewire, Jolly Rogers, Fear Not. Fear Not's got the raffle going on for a bucket full of stuff. Go down in the area down there, T-shirt row. Lots of goodies to be had. And I have some goodies too. So, Obsession, one of our boats out here, the Ford, Robert Cox. I have a nice big hoodie that I'm going to be giving away. Here's the deal. I need a blue umbrella of some sort. Somebody's going to have to bring over a blue umbrella of some sort. You got a sunscreen, something like that. You bring it over here, and I have got a 049 hoodie for you. First person over here to the announcer booth. If you've got some sort of blue shade, I'm just going to call it. Could be an umbrella, could be some sort of sunscreen, but blue. And I see blue coming this way. Picking them up and putting them down. like he's running through tires. This man used to be a football player. Look at him show his... Dude, if you're going to get over here, you need to get over here. He is picking him up and putting him down. Are you out of breath? Are you good? What's your name? Jeff. Congratulations, Jeff. And he, by the way, his T-shirt says "Powered by Pride." That is a physique. Congratulations. Thank you for coming up. And here's your hoodie. You can thank 049 for the Ford hoodie. What that was such an unsmooth run that his wallet fell out of his pocket and he was chased down by a fellow spectator with the guy's wallet is chasing him. When is the last time you've run that far? Oh, the way he's moving, it's been a while. Give it up for the man with the blue umbrella. Welcome to Sprint Boat Racing here at the Extreme Sports Park. So happy you could join us today. Waiting to do the driver introductions. Okay. Live wire racing back there. We have a live wire hat that are really nice hats they have over there, which if you want one, you can pick one up. I need to see something with a Chevy logo on it. Now, don't bring your cell phone with a Chevy logo. You got a hat, you got a shirt, you've got a key, you've got a key fob. A lot of these boats, most of them, Chevy engines of some sort. So what you got with a Chevy on it? You get over here with some sort of Chevy logo. I see somebody kind of walking fast. Are you the Chevy guy? Are you the Chevy guy? What do you got with Chevy on it? You have a Chevy tattoo? Get the heck out. Okay, that, by the way, you do. This man believes in the brand. So much so that he's tattooed himself with it. Thanks for coming out to the race. Not the greatest catch in the world, but thanks for coming out to the race. All right, you see our racers coming out here. We're going to do some introductions as they make their way out. Give them a round of applause. They are putting their boats at risk today. Some of them as they make their way out to the island. As they march out there to the peninsula. Plenty of good stuff will be given away. A few other things. Make sure that you get set up with something. Our safety crew taking a well-earned break during this lunch break. Make sure, you can go over to the beer garden if you want to. We've got food out there and a variety of different things you can check out here at the Extreme Sports Park for about the next 30 minutes or so. We will be in break. I've got a couple of racer interviews for you. Your halftime brought to you, of course, by Still, made in the U.S.A. All right. I think we're going to do it. Okay, so doing the driver introductions, they are going to step out. They are going to wave. We will start out with boat 154B, James Goldberg and Margaret Purcell. Step out and are you there? Do we have a Purcell there anywhere? Yeah, they're all looking around. Where's James? Where's Margaret? We don't know. All right. In the modifieds, boat 666, Jeremy Souza and Jess Law. Waving down there on the very end. Boat 623, Fear Not. Clint Birch and Terry Lovell. Making their way in from Oregon. coming up here for the race today. Boat number 4, or boat 3A, pardon me. The 3 and a 4 look so close. Boat 3A, full tilt, Selden Glebe and Scarlett Taylor. Boat 36, this is our little LS boat. That is Scott and Jalen Rapp Racing, boat 36. Boat number 40, Pelican Fueling, Team Pelican, Dylan Hatch and Danielle Finley. Boat 208A, Cletus McFarlane and Spicy Spencer. They out here? I don't see them. Where's Spicy Spencer? With a nickname like that, you got to show up. Boat 71, Jay Correa and Gina Doyle. Boat 03B, Scarlett Taylor and Eric Petrain. Full tilters. And again, 154A, Purcell Racing, Jeff Purcell and James Goldberg. All right, in our 400 class, this boat being tag team 146A and B. 146A, the team of Eric Werner and Tina Huff, Jolly Rogers. I call him Jolly Rogers Prime, the first of the Jolly Rogers. Boat number 5, one of our Kiwis, Kiwi Kelly Stevenson and Tracy Montgomery, Black Magic. Our second Kiwis in boat 68, Rudy Schuler and son David Thompson, Steeman Kiwis. Boat 22, fastest boat in the 400 class today. It is the Fat Buddies, Phil Miller and Amy Thomason. Bad announcer. Boat 156, the Bad Influence boat, coming up from Cheshire, Oregon. The husband and wife team of Stephen and Randy Church. Boat 625, also Jolly Rogers, Mike Reardon and Josh Garvin. Almost hometowners. Close to hometowners. Close enough that we're calling them hometowners. In boat 02, Live Wire, Von Trapp and Matt Denson. Boat 47, we welcome them back after almost 2 seasons off. Darren Swindoll, Matt Johnson, Bandit Gold. Boat 42, also the Pelicans, Dan Hatch and Wendy Manthe. Boat 27, the Preventing Insanity boat. I love the name. That's my favorite boat name. Leighton, Lilly, and Cody Holzer. And finally in the 400s, 146B, the Go Girls, Nicole Brown and Tina Huff. In your unlimited class, boat number 4, Dean Lautenschlager and Jack Bringman. Boat 049, it's the Ford, Rob Cox and Allie Krupp. Boat 151M so far, your fastest boat in the unlimited class. Kyle Patrick and Toddy Darren Todd, Psycho Racing. Boat 33, out for the day, but giving us a show, the Bootlegger brothers, Ron and Jason Gallagher. Boat 556, Jolly Rogers, Dustin Springer and Keith Brownsberger. Boat 10, right here from Port Angeles, Dan Morrison and Kara McGuire, Wicked Team Racing. And unfortunately, out for the day, but giving us a show up until that point, Boat 35, From down under, Chris and Katie Monroe, the Screamin' Kiwis. These are your racers. Give it up for your teams. Yep, without them, we have no show. I want to thank everybody. They're coming in from a variety of, not just Washington and Oregon, and we've got them coming up from Nevada in some cases. So, Idaho. Love to see our racers show up and give us a great show. Well, one of our hometowners, of course, also really one of the driving forces behind even having a sprint boat track here in Port Angeles. And that, of course, is Dan Morrison in boat number 10, Wicked Team Racing. And last night at the Show and Shine, had a chance to chat it up with Dan a little bit, find out what's going on for him, and, of course, the competition in the unlimited class. First off, I got to say, great turnout in terms of boats here at the Show and Shine, and that's going to bode well for racing.
Oh, absolutely. I think we got probably as many boats as we've ever had here, and looking forward to some new racers being involved and guys stepping up. This is awesome stuff.
Actually, quite a few new folks are out here, some new faces. Love the idea of the LS boat.
Oh, I do too. Yeah, Scott Rapp and I, we've been involved from the beginning here, just trying to write a set of rules that's going to become a new class, the LS class. Trying to figure out how to control racing with a computer hooked to it. That's a different game for me because I'm old school and everything I run's old school, and most of the boats are old school motors. So getting involved with an LS class and a computerized motor and then keep it detuned a little bit to become a beginner class, that's been a challenge for sure. But I think Scott's helped write a really good set of rules for it, and we got data loggers that are going to be mapped out, so you got to run the certain one so we can check out your history and that type of thing and go back and see if you change things on us. Just a few little things like that, but I think we're working those bugs out right now, and we're definitely going to have an LS class next year.
Definitely the unlimited class. You've got some competitors here.
Oh, absolutely. Well, like I was saying, I run an old school motor. It's 900 horse alcohol injected motor, World of Outlaws sprint car stuff until recently. Now they all run computers and get a whole bunch more power out of their cars and things like that. But mine's all mechanical injection where I tune it myself. And these guys, new days, are all running computerized stuff. They get in a computer to tune their motor, which is just beyond me. But you're right. They're getting some horsepower that is just almost unbelievable to see. And you can definitely see it on the straightaways with these guys. You know, they hit the throttle, and you can tell they're visibly faster than I am. I got to do everything I can in the corners to catch them.
Okay, well, just, don't say you're old school. Just say, hey, Commodore 64.
Well, that's right, yeah. Well, I'm 65 now, so this is awesome stuff. And, I'm not ashamed of it at all by any means because...
You're first-gen tech is what you are. You're first-generation tech.
There you go. That's good one. I like it. And I'll go with that for sure. But, no, it is. It's good to see these new combinations of motors coming up. There's a lot of blown motors here. There's a lot of twin-turbo motors here. Most of those guys were running with data loggers and computerized engines, that type of thing. So, yeah, I'm stoked to see it all take another step and go forward and just take the sport into the future. That's what's happening.
Definitely. And it's happening here in Port Angeles. This is a big deal for the community.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Every time we run a race, our chamber's way involved here, and they've set us up a hospitality tent now. We've got a guy, Gary Longley's his name. All the racers are going to meet him here Friday night, and he's going to bring us into another realm of sponsorship and places to race and how this sport's going to get done in the future. I can see that right now, and Gary's going to be the newest member of American Sprint Boat Racing, and Doug and I and Gary are going to try to take this sport to a different level.
All right. So the rotation is going to be pretty quick.
I think it is. They're running what our first 3 rotations of the year. We put 3 together, and we ran number 2 last race, and then this race we're running number 3, and hadn't really paid attention to it until just recently, and it looks like we're circling a couple of times and then going the opposite direction on the circle. So sometimes that throws some of the racers off, but for the most part, no, you're going to hang on to the throttle with this one and see how fast you can get to them tight corners.
All right. So how are you going to fare?
Well, if I can keep myself together, we're going to do good. I don't know if we can win this thing because fast tracks, like I say, those guys got speed if they're willing to put the throttle down. I know I am, and we're just going to see if they can do it. That's all. I know I'm quick in the corners, and there's a couple tight corners in this thing, so we'll see how that all works out.
Well, Dan, good luck.
I appreciate it, Bill. Always fun.
Dan Morrison in boat number 10. Wicked Team Racing. And, of course, one of the driving forces behind having a track here in Port Angeles, Dan Morrison with Morrison Excavating. They handle your excavation needs. Been around here for a long time. A lot of fun stuff coming up here at ESP. Beer Fest next weekend on the 16th and 17th. Microbrews beers from all over Beer Fest, and they're going to have live music for the entire festival. Big covered beer garden, food vendors, axe throwing, and festive games, makers market, a whole lot. Don't miss out. The following weekend, the 23rd, 24th, and 25th, they got the whole weekend is set up for Fall Festival. They're going to bring in professional lumberjacks for a world-class lumberjack show. They've got a lawnmower derby, 4x4 show, axe throwing rally, bounce houses, face painting, live music, and a beer garden again. So I'm thinking if you want beer, ESP is like a beer place. They like beer here. Lots of events going on. It's more than just sprint boat racing. And Racing Today brought to you in part by Northwest Ford Dealers, proud sponsor of the sports park here and ASB sanctioning body. They're down there on the vendor row by the T-shirts with a brand new Ford F-350 dually and the Ford F-150 Trimmer. You can come by and check them out. Brand new, right there on T-shirt row by the pits. Want to thank them for coming out, Northwest Ford Dealers. Waving at our Ford guys over there. And that Ford F-350 is sharp looking. That is sharp. Daddy want one. I want 2. I want 2 of those. This is an awesome looking rig. Go down there and see it. Talk to them about it. Find out if a Ford is in your future. Little smoke blowing in locally. I know that we do have some people that are down from the Lane County area in Oregon, where they have 2 towns right now that are on go now evacuation notices because of fire burning nearby, Oak Ridge and Westfir. Our best wishes, even though, those folks aren't here, our best wishes to them and all the different families and the like that are affected by some of the fires that are burning, not only in Oregon, but of course up here in Washington. We're seeing smoke from one of those now. And, I just want to say there are a lot of people that are out there fighting those fires in both of our states. Man, kudos to them and for their service. Let's give it up for our firefighters who are trying to get out there, save lives, save property, save forests. Our firefighters, can we give it up for them? We're out here having fun, and they are working their tails off trying to keep our areas safe. So much appreciation to our firefighting forces in Oregon and Washington, of course, out there doing some really hard work, and they are appreciated. Even if they don't know it, they are appreciated. By the way, Green Crow Timber, they're into timber. They offer expertise in just about every aspect of the timber industry with production, investment, management, marketing. They're also involved in gravel mining and sales, maximizing returns to the land and forest while being environmentally sensitive stewards of the land. Last night, of course, the big show and shine. If you come back next year, you need to head to the show and shine, always done on Friday nights from 4 to 7 at Lower Elwha Food and Fuel, just up the road here. They bring some great service. They got eats and, of course, supplies and fuel. You need to have the fuel. The fuel is important. Also, a big thank you to Red Sheds when you need storage, garden shed, carport, a tiny home, a barn. Well, they're there for you on Highway 101 East between Port Angeles and Sequim, and also in Port Hadlock on 19 between Chimacum and Port Townsend. They've got you covered. You know, talking to Dan during the interview segment, and we've talked about it kind of throughout the day about the idea of starting this new beginner class that we call the LS class. And basically, you take a motor out of a box, you stick it in the back of the boat, everybody running the same power plant and running against each other. Well, Scott Rapp has been running in the modifieds in one of these LS-style boats, and the hope is next year we will have a number of them. Chatted with Scott at the show and shine last night about a brand new class coming to sprint boat racing, making it accessible to everyone. Scott, you're definitely unique. You've kind of got your own class, even though you're running in the modifieds. So you're running an LS motor. For folks that don't know what that is, describe it.
It's a fuel-injected, naturally aspirated, small block Chevy 376 LS3.
It's basically a box engine, isn't it? A crate engine?
It is a crate engine that's completely adjustable and dialable to what tune we put in it.
Okay. And one of the things they've been talking about is starting an LS class, even though you're going to be in the modifieds, but if you even win, you're not winning.
No, but that's all right. I don't mind being first, second, and third, all in my own division or exhibition, however you want to put that. But it's still exciting for next season. Hopefully that we'll have a full LS class next year, and then we'll be able to move forward with that.
What got you involved in this?
Stephen Church got me involved by putting me as a sponsor ride and wrecking. And I absolutely, as soon as we wrecked, I was in love, and I got a boat the next day. Kelly Stevenson and Tracy Montgomery gave me their old Showtime boat, and that's what Bad Habit sits on now.
All right, and Stephen Church is in the 400 class. He's in Bad Influence, and, of course, Kelly is running the Black Magic boat. And everybody, it's kind of weird. It's like people swapping their children off.
Yeah, it is. I've gotten nothing but love from the community for the jet sprint boat world, and they've been just doing an amazing job. Dan from ASB, they've been just doing a great job with me, and we've just been moving forward. It's been quite honestly a pretty cool experience to be able to be involved in this.
Very cool. And I'm just curious, so the wreck was what sold you?
Yeah, there's nothing like, if you listen to the video, Steven was just full out. He never lifted once on his boat. The fastest run he's ever made, he said, in his boat. And we wrecked. And it was just perfect. I was like, push us back in. They did, and we went some more. So it absolutely sold me. It's just the way I'm built, I guess.
Well, very cool. Navigator?
My daughter, Jalen. She's 22 years old. I told her she's going to navigate for me. She got it down last rotation. She says I don't follow her direction, but, that's a control issue.
Okay, I haven't listened to you your entire life. I'm not starting now.
That's great. We're just family orientated, and that's how we just kind of want to go. It's been really good for us.
All right. Well, good luck out there. However this turns out, even if you lose winning, congratulations.
Well, you got to be first at something. So I'm the first one in an LS. So that's a big step. And just trying to bring it to the jet sprint boat world and bringing it in as an easy transition and just seeing what they can do. Nothing like having a warranty on your motor when you go wreck it.
No kidding. Absolutely. Scott, good luck, man.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Scott Rapp, who is our inaugural LS class boater. want to thank him for being at the Extreme Sports Park. Ladies and gentlemen, Kara McGuire, navigator for Dan Morrison, walking by the announcer booth. We're pointing at her. Wave, Kara. Wave at the crowd. Look at her, Kara McGuire, navigator at large. Are you still teaching school, Kara? You're not? You're not teaching anymore. And she looked happy saying that. Yes, I used to teach. No, I do not do that anymore. Thank you very much. I am happy with my new life of not teaching. By the way, welcome to, for the folks up there in the VIP area, welcome to the VIP area. Thank you for being VIPs. If you want to find out how to be a VIP, go up to the VIP area and ask. They have mixed drinks up in the VIP area, by the way. So I've been told, not that I've ever sampled, I have been told, only told. Livewire Racing out of Port Angeles, they brought up some cool stuff. If you would like a Livewire coffee mug and a Livewire koozie for your fine adult beverages, or maybe pop, their colors are purple and green. I need something in purple and green. You got anything in purple and green? Anything. I got a brand new Livewire coffee mug and one of their koozies, and I think I will throw in one of their hats as well. Oh, dude, that is totally their colors. And in one t-shirt, too. All right, so I can't throw the mug down to you. So if you, yeah, just the stairs are right over here on the side. Totally the Livewire colors. Oh, and he's got his little dude with him on the shoulders. Right on. You get to ride way up here. Watch out you don't bash him in the head. What's your name?
Ricky Lee.
Ricky Lee. Are you from around here or?
Yes, I am. I was born in Forks and raised in Port Angeles.
All right. Well, congratulations. Thanks for coming up. There's your mug. There's your koozie. And we got the hat. Who's the little guy on the shoulders?
Declan Lee.
All right. You got your face painted. Oh, and Cletus McFarland signed his shirt. Very cool. All right, and Dan Morrison. Very cool. Well, thanks for coming up here and bringing the little dude with you. Have some coffee. Little boat testing going on. I love that. Dad and son coming out, enjoying the races. That's one of the cool parts about this sport that I really like, in particular when you're talking about the race teams. So many husbands and wives, fathers and sons, fathers and daughters, aunts and uncles and nephews. It really is, like I said, you've got 30 boats and generally about 29 different family reunions that are going on around a race just because of the way that this works out. And you got to love a sport where you see that, where it's families that are out racing. So much fun. I want to thank Still for being our track sponsor out here at the Extreme Sports Park. Helping to bring racing here to Port Angeles. If you want made in the USA and you want the finest chainsaw or brush cutter or hedge trimmer or ... Still, go up to the Still booth and see what they got. Check them out online as well. Still products made here in the USA. So we will have the eliminations coming up. So this is how this is going to work. Generally, if there are more than 8 boats in a class, it will be the 8 fastest boats based on times that will be in the eliminations. So each boat will be judged on its single fastest time throughout the qualifiers. Of the boats that make it into the eliminations, it will be the slowest of the fastest boats coming out first, ending with the boat with the fastest qualifying time in the initial 8 cut of the eliminations. Then you have your 4 cut. In the 4 cut, the 4 fastest of those 8 fastest. They will head off against each other in the money rounds, those 4 boats competing against each other. The 2 fastest boats, or the 2 left standing, will race against each other in the finals. That will happen in each of the 3 classes, the modifieds, the 400, and the unlimited class. So the classes, I kind of gave kind of a rough description of the modifieds, the A400s, and the unlimited class. Somebody that is an actual expert on it is a guy who builds engines and has built and tuned many of the engines for many of the boats that you see out here today, not only in the modifieds, but in all 3 classes. And there are specific rules about what you can and cannot do with these engines in the different classes. And that is Monty from Monty's Race Engines in Albany, Oregon. And I had a chance for him and asked him, break it down for us, Monty. What are we seeing out here? Monty from Monty's Racing Engines, he has built a lot of the very fast boats that you're going to see out here. Well, he's built the engines for them. A lot of people ask, what are the difference between the 3 classes? So first off, what exactly is the modified class and what are the restrictions?
It's an all-go 360 cubic inch, do whatever you want, 1 single 4-barrel carburetor, unlimited cylinder heads. You can go all out, dry sump systems. We can also use the dry sump system in the 400s, but the key is the aluminum cylinder heads and better pieces. It's an open show.
Okay, and the 400, much more constrained. What's the restrictions there?
412 cubic inches, all iron engine, 1 single 4-barrel, any camshaft you want, pretty much stock valve locations, any 4-barrel carburetor, inch and 11/16 is the world rule. Inch and 3/4 on the throttle bodies. We cheat and run them here because there's no rules. But that's basically it. It's a stock motor with a big stick in it, and we do a lot of cylinder head work, camshaft work, and a very strong bottom end.
Can't be fuel injected though, right?
No fuel injection until you get into the open class. You get into that, it's whatever you want to do, you bring it, and it could be upside down with a helicopter motor in it. They'll run it.
As long as it's not running nitro, right?
No nitro. It can run methanol or gasoline, E85. We can run all those legally, but I don't care if you want to put a helicopter motor in it, they'll allow it.
Yeah, and these will be supercharged, turbocharged. They can do all of that.
Everything. You can build it however you want. The turbos are working good. The guys with the blowers are doing good. There's some naturally aspirated fuel injected boats out there that are doing pretty darn good. So keep your eyes open. I love all them guys. I love the speed, and I think it's a great thing. That is
Monty Race Engines out of Albany, Oregon, talking a little bit about the different classes and how it is set up, the rules, and the like with the A400 class, that international class, very specific stipulations on what you can and you cannot do. We have one all-female team here in sprint boat racing in the 400 class. Nicole Brown and Tina Huff. The Jolly Rogers team, Nicole, many years as a navigator, and for a number of different racers, finally ending up with the Jolly Rogers, and then finally Eric Werner, who started the Jolly Rogers team, telling Nicole, you know what, you need to be driving. And so Nicole teaming up with Tina Huff, and they are our Go Girls at the Show and Shine. Had a chance to chat with her. She had really a breakout race in our last race in St. John, Washington, completely other side of the state, over there in the Palouse in Cougar Country. Talked to Nicole about racing, and she gives us an interesting story about how she and Tina memorized the track. Nicole, your last race was kind of like, okay, it all clicked.
Eric literally has said, welcome to sprint boat racing, because it really did just all click. It was like my confidence just went through the roof, and it was so refreshing. It was nice for it to finally put all my trust into the boat and be able to know that it's going to turn when I need it to, and just put my foot to the floor and let it do its thing.
To the point where Eric Werner, who's been doing this for years, you laid down a better time than he could.
It was honestly so crazy when they told me my time. I didn't even believe him. I was like, there's no way. I dropped my helmet and I had to walk away for a second because I was like, there's no way that I just beat his time. And he was so proud though, because he's been waiting for this moment for a long time.
Well, and it was great to see. You were actually the race before that, which was the first race here in Port Angeles. You were telling me that you were just about ready to just go, I'm done with this.
We were struggling a lot that race. We were having fuel problems, and it was very deflating because it felt like it wasn't working for me at the time. Like it wasn't clicking. Things were just going wrong one after another. So to have this be my official aha moment this last race was so refreshing and just so rejuvenating.
So how do you feel going into this race?
So much more confident, so pumped, so excited to see what happens. Eric seems to think I'm going to beat him. I'm really curious to see what happens.
What can I say? I hope you do.
I really hope I do too.
There's nothing wrong with that. It's okay to hope that. And the thing is, what's cool about that is it's in the same boat. He's driving the same boat that you're driving, A and B, is what they call it, A and B, but it's you in the same boat. So it is absolutely a fair competition.
Exactly, and it's really funny too because one of the best compliments I've ever gotten was somebody pulled me aside and they're like, you drive just like Eric. And it was so flattering for me because I've just strived to drive like him for so long. And you can actually look at the videos and a lot of our corners are really similar and stuff like that. He's just been such a great teacher. So for me to finally have that aha moment is really exciting for him too, because he's like, okay, yay, it clicked.
So what do you think of this rotation? And by the way, we should mention, you spent a number of years as a navigator before you started driving. So you've come at this from a couple of different angles. It's not like you're just a total noob getting behind the wheel. You've been in the boats a long time. I need to preface that. Anyway, this rotation.
I have only looked at it very briefly. I got off work at 3 o'clock in the morning and then slept for an hour and drove straight here. So I'm super tired today. But what I did look at, it looks super easy. It looks awesome. I really like it. We always come up with a little jingle. And this one, the jingle that we've came up with for this rotation actually fits perfectly with the baby shark, lyrics or whatever. And so if you catch me singing that song tomorrow, that's why, because it goes with this rotation.
So you make up songs about the rotation?
Either songs or pictures. We have to have some kind of little something to help it stick in our brain. So most of the time it is a song, some kind of little tune that we'll walk around the track singing to get it to set in our brains. It's really weird.
So it's a mnemonic thing, and it somehow helps?
Oh, every time, because literally, I'm not even kidding. I walked up today, Tina sang me the song, and I got the rotation without even looking at the numbers, just by the song that she sang.
Wow, that is bizarre.
I would sing the song, but I don't want to give it away. And also, I'm terrible at singing, and no one wants to hear that.
No, I kind of do.
I might have to grab Tina, because she's way better at it than I am. It's bad.
Okay, I've learned something really weird and random about you.
Yeah, it's how I've always done. I used to do it by pictures, and then we started doing it by songs. And yeah, now we just come up with little tunes. And Eric did say we'll have to watch his YouTube videos because he said he's going to try and sing it into his GoPro on the first qualifying run.
Okay, so you might as well tell people what his handle is so that they can watch it online.
It is Jolly Rogers 907 on YouTube and Instagram.
All right. Well, Nicole, go out there, tear it up. Looking forward to seeing what you do this weekend.
Thank you so much. I have high hopes.
Nicole Brown, one of our drivers, of course, singing the Baby Shark song to learn the track. I don't know how that works, but whatever works, works. We'll be starting racing in a little bit. I'm going to contact the race controller right now and say, race controller, how long until we're ready to go? See if I get an answer. I don't think he's got his radio set on. No, he does not. Okay, so I have to throw a shout out to our official photog, that is Jeff Halstead. He was out the show and shine last night. He does sell photographs and the like of our racers out here. And one thing he came up with for 2023, this is a really nice calendar. Really heavy-duty stock, glossy and the like, with a flaming boat on the front. Some great photographs. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to team up an Obsession 049 T-shirt with one of his calendars, which he is selling. Jeff Halstead is the official photog for the Extreme Sports Park, ASB Racing, and Sprint Boat Racing here in the United States. You have any boat gear from any of these boats, T-shirt, hat, koozie, the red sunglasses from Fear Not, I'm going to make sure that you get one of these 049 Obsession T-shirts from our only Ford-powered boat, and the very cool hardstock calendar for 2023, suitable for home, office, den, kitchen, whatever your wishes. All I need is something with a team logo. Oh, come on up. I didn't realize that Wicked did black T-shirts in pink. She's a fan. Come on up. Because we're going to embarrass you. How you doing?
I'm good.
Well, anyway, guess what?
Chicken butt?
What?
Chicken butt?
Chicken butt. Okay, sure. So, anyway, congratulations. Thank you for supporting Sprint Boat Racing. Thanks for coming out to the race. She's a fan. I hadn't seen those Wicked T-shirts before. I like those. They're like football jerseys. That's cool. Wicked stuff is up there in the VIP area. You'll be able to see it. I think they're up there by where you're seeing the still canopies, the orange still canopies, kind of on the end of the VIP area, kind of close to where I am located. You can pick up some of the Wicked team gear waiting at this point to find out when we are going to get things going. By the way, a big thank you to Straight View Credit Union, locally owned, locally operated. They have been here and serving Clallam County for 83 years. Okay, race officials. I am just getting the call on the radio. Race officials, we need you to get into your positions. Race officials. That would include our safety crew members. Safety crew members. Our safety crew. Give it up for the Island Hoppers. Our Island Hoppers heading back out to their places. Race officials. We need you back in wherever it is that you need to go, doing whatever it is that you need to do. Timers, spotters, etc. And we will get racing going here in a little bit. I'll, as soon as I get my official documentation, we'll run down, give you an idea of the order that our boats are going to be coming out. Congratulations, or thank you to TJ Enterprises, your small hometown excavating and tractor business serving Clallam County residents. Services they provide are shed prep, grading for patios, driveway maintenance, brush removal, field mowing. You can get a free estimate by giving them a call. Check them out, TJ Enterprises. Also, one of the things that really kind of, people don't really think about, this kind of event, this is like a really big party. This is a big flippin' party. And it takes a lot of people to make this happen. And we have hundreds of volunteers that come out here and make this possible. And we could not do it without the volunteers. So you see somebody in one of those ESP staff shirts, if you would just say thank you, that is going to be a big pick-me-up for them, as they're out here doing so many different things, whether we're talking about picking up garbage, they're runners, they're checking what I like to refer to as the tan saunas, sometimes known as the outhouses, to make sure there's TP in there. I mean, they're doing so many different things. So when you see a volunteer, just give them a little kudo, a little thumbs up, a little fist bump, whatever. Just let them know you appreciate it, because they're helping make this happen today. So we want to give them a little shout out, a little bit of kudos, a little bit of thank you for everything that you do. Racing going to get underway here shortly as soon as we get our race officials back in their positions. Our safety crew already setting up. They spent, of course, the lunch break getting hydrated, getting a little bit to eat. They've been, applying some salve and painkiller on their leech bites, spending the day here in, of course, the water with our friends, the leeches. Most folks don't know about the Olympic Peninsula leeches. They're big here.
See if anybody does anything stupid.
Well, yeah, we did a live feed video for YouTube every year.
Like, instead of jumping on their truck, they come out into the water.
So a thank you to those guys out there running around.
See if you go to...
Also a big thank you to Olympic Electric. They are very invested in the community. They do commercial, industrial, high voltage, and utility construction. They've done a lot of work here at the Extreme Sports Park. Also, if you're looking for a great place to head to, where it's a little bit of adult fun, Seven Cedars. They got an elegant but casual atmosphere, alive in history, superior beauty, great service, excitement, great food, the hottest casino games around, live entertainment. And if you like to golf, well, you need to go to their golf course at Seven Cedars. You will find plenty of smiles at Seven Cedars, where it is all fun and games.
I'm going to just punch in ESP.
All right, we are going to run down the order.
Yeah, under ESP
Okay.
Sports Park.
So
ESP Sports
Park.
Sports. Sports Park. ESP. Oh, dang it. Okay, so I get that's my finger. ESP.
Yeah, Extreme Sports Park. It's just ESP. It's for short.
ESP Sport.
Sport.
Yeah. Is my passenger. S-P-O-R-T-S. Sports bar.
Yeah, and then hit go. Or hit enter.
Yeah, no, this is just in my calendar. ESP Sports bar.
Oh, no, I mean, say if you put that into a YouTube.
So in just a couple of minutes here, we're going to see the boats down there at the launch.
That's not a video, that's live feed.
I just saw the one that had the green, that one right there.
Yeah.
I've been there, I know that feed.
This is live, this is today.
That's so cool. So do you race these guys or what do you do?
Nope, I just run the pit camera. I sit here for 10 hours straight and just do the pit camera. And then he does the hub camera.
You like urinate right there? Is that your little box where you urinate at?
Everything.
So when are they starting the next deal? Whenever they do.
Should be any time. The announcer just told everybody to get back where they need to be, you know,
Yeah,
the timers.
Everybody's moving. All right, man.
Where are you going?
Thanks for what you do.
Yeah.
All right, so this is the order that our boats are going to be coming out in for the modified class. Boat 03A with Selden Glebe in the driver's seat, followed by 03B with Scarlett Taylor in that same boat, the full tilt boat, followed by boat 666, then 154A, followed by 154B, then boat 40, then boat 623, and then the fastest boat in the class will be out last. And that would be Cletus McFarland and Spicy Spencer, part of Jolly Rogers. Okay, so we have a black purse that was left in the beer garden that has a cell phone in it with a new Snapchat notification. Well, this is now very important. You've been notified by Snapchat. I know that, but this is a black purse, so if you want to come up and get your black purse, it was left in the beer garden. It is now at the announcer's booth, and please don't make us go through the photographs on your phone. As much as we'd like to, and, you know, I mean, if we start describing that stuff, hopefully it's just family pictures. So it is up here at the announcer booth, and if you're missing your black purse, and security bringing it up here so nobody has rifled through it until I did. In the 400 class, order boat 68, Steam and Kiwi, followed by 146B. That's Nicole Brown, Tina Huff. 47, Darren Swindoll, Bandit Gold Rush. Then boat number 5, Black Magic. 156, Bad Influence, Steve Church, the driver. 146A, Eric Werner, Tina Huff, Leighton Lilly, and Cody Holzer in boat 27. And then the last boat out will be Phil Miller. Dean Lautenschlager at boat 4 will be the first out in the unlimited class. Boat 49, Robert Cox and Allie Krupp will be out then, followed by Dan Morrison and Kyle Patrick. So boat 35, we just wanted to make sure is out for the day. So we had him on the sheet here, just wanted to make sure that we were doing that right. So once racing gets started again, and we are starting to get our boats showing up there in the channel there at the launch, they will, again, same rotation around the track. That will not change. These are the money rounds. Go fast, go home. Fastest 8 out of the classes going to be here in the eliminations. And then half of those 8 boats will be eliminated based on time. That will be followed by the 4 fastest boats racing against each other. The 2 fastest boats of the 4 will make it into the finals, and then, of course, the winner of the finals gets to take the checkered flag for a run around the track. So lots of great racing going on here. Brought to you, of course, by Still. Made in America by Les Schwab Tires, your Northwest Ford dealer. And for dealers and a variety of other sponsors sponsoring the track and racing here today. Of course, you can follow ASB Racing, the Extreme Sports Park, on your usual social media sites. By the way, I want to throw out a shout out to Paul White, doing a great job today with the streaming. If you've not seen our streaming, check it out after the race on both Facebook and also YouTube. Paul does some great work streaming the races with replays and the like. He does a class job streaming live right now all around the world and here in the United States of America. So as soon as we get the go-ahead from our race controller, we've got 4 boats that are waiting to start racing, and they will be boats 03A and B, boat 666, and boat 154A, all in that order. So it'll be interesting to see how fast Selden Glebe and Scarlett Taylor can swap seats, because Selden Glebe and Scarlett Taylor in boat 03 full tilt. Selden will come out first, they'll park, and then they will swap seats. Just to make things interesting. So it's, unfortunate we couldn't put some sort of clock on it, because we've got that happening a couple of times. One with not only boat 03A, but also 154, where they're running back to back. We could do kind of like, stock car pit stop kind of thing, where you put the watch on it. Ooh, I hear engines. All right, boats are in the water. We are about to get some racing underway. Money rounds, go fast or go home. And if you don't go home, well, sit somewhere in a dark corner and just contemplate the decisions you've made in your life. Okay, so let's get her going. Everybody warming up down there. Our semifinals brought to you by Still. Made in the USA. With great performance in your backyard with Still battery tools. Mowers, trimmers, chainsaws, and blowers. Battery power made by Still. Here we go! This is boat 03A, Selden Glebe. The driver. Scarlett, his navigator, will be in this boat next, driving it. Same rotation as last. This hull design in full tilt. Older hull design. You can kind of see the way the boat slides in the corners. Pretty typical of one of the older designed hulls. And it was a clean run. $49,726. So, okay, you couldn't see that happening from up there on the stands, but Selden trying to get that boat up on the trailer and came at it at a weird angle and almost sent himself up into the parking lot. So imagine you're coming up on a boat trailer, but instead of coming up the normal way, you come in at a right angle. That almost got ugly. And so they'll pull them out. They'll pull the boat out. I'll be interested to see what they're going to do in terms of fuel. A lot of times, these boats, what happens is you put the minimal amount of fuel that you can put in there because you want to save weight. And a gallon of fuel has weight. So they'll put just enough. After running these things a while, they know how much fuel that they're going to use during a typical run, and they'll put just a little bit more than they absolutely must have to run. Well, now you've got a boat that's tag team. So the question is, do you wait, and when your driver and your navigator are swapping seats like this, are you going to refuel at this point, or are you just going to put enough in so both of them get it before you put the boat in the water the first time? And so they're running around trying to swap places. You know, the thing is, they are strapped in there so tight. It's a 5-point harness, just like you would have in NASCAR. And their crew members, when they're in there, man, they cinch them in there so tight that there is no way that they can do anything but steer and wave one hand, which is what your driver and your navigator, respectively, are doing. They've got them in there so stinking tight that it takes a little bit to pop them out and run around and get back in. Well, they've made the swap, and now they're cinched them in, getting everything tightened up, clamped in so that they can roll. Not doing the refueling, so they obviously put enough in where they could get 2 runs out of it. I got to say, actually, generally considering, they're moving at a pretty good pace as they get them strapped in. We'll have another one of these coming up a little bit later in the middle of this 8-cut with 154, and they are good. I'm just curious, Melody, did you put a timer on that? Melody, or official timer. I was hoping somebody put a stopwatch on that. Do a little side thing between Purcell Racing and Full Tilt Racing. Who does this fastest swap? Because this is going to happen again, back to back with 154. Right after Jeremy Sousa runs. So Scarlett Taylor now in the driver's seat. Checking out her previous fast run. Her previous fastest was a 58 or a 50.87. And no, that was Selden's fastest, was a 58.87. Scarlett had a 48.4. So here we go. Full Tilt Part 2 with Scarlett Taylor in the driver's seat. I am going to say, for a first-time racer, kind of squirrely, but she's not afraid to put her foot on the pedal. How does she make it through here? Wow, that was her best go-round through that particular part of the course. For a noob, she's got it going. And a clean run. 51 unofficially. We'll wait for our timer to call us. 51.129. So, not her best run today. And boat 666, Dark Horse Racing, Jeremy Souza and Jess Law. Their best was a 46.777. And they have the green flag. The track is hot. Jeremy's been racing for a couple of years. This is another one of those boats, an older hull. So you'll see that there's kind of some side-to-side slide as he goes around the corners. Bounce there on some of those tighter corners on the switchback. Solid run for Jeremy, though. And it's good. '70s 46.146. So 46.146. All right, boat 154A. Purcell Racing, Jeff Purcell in the driver's seat. James Goldberg, his nephew, navigating. Nephew will take over momentarily. Did they get this run in the books? About launched the boat out of the water on that combination. Boy, lots of bouncing. And he pulls down the clean run. All right, a 46.800. That means now with 4 racers out on the bubble, it is Scarlett Taylor and Eric Petring in boat 03B. So, on the bubble. This is anything faster than a 51.129, and that will eliminate Scarlett Taylor in boat 03B. Bringing us to boat 154B, James Goldberg, Margaret Purcell. They already get switched over? I think so. That was a fast swap. Nicely done by Team Purcell with the quick swap out. They're back in. No, they're still working on it. By the way, big thank you to Rain Shadow Roofing. 19 years of experience on the peninsula covering your roofing needs. Check them out at rainshadowroofing.com. Also, Central Welding Supply, a proud sponsor here at ESP, the Extreme Sports Park. I want to thank them for their support. And the goal to take jet sprint boat racing to the pro sports arenas, Central Welding and locally owned. You'll find, though, 27 locations throughout Washington, Oregon, and Alaska. There is one near you. Visit centralwelding.com. So what turned out to be a fast swap, not so fast. And they're still working on him, trying to get him in there. So are we firing off T-shirts over there? Are they doing a little T-shirt launch? Is that the deal? Okay, they're still trying to do the swap over. Team Purcell becomes Team Paint Drying. By the way, you can still grab a pit pass and wander around down in the pit. Go by our T-shirt row where all the cool kids go to buy their team swag. All right. I hear a V8. Again, time for James Goldberg behind the wheel of 154. Time for him to beat is 51.129. 4 boats have run. Of those 4, the slowest, Scarlett Taylor. Again, we will come out of this, what is sometimes called the 8 cut, with the 4 fastest boats. Oh, is he going to hang on to it? No. All right. Scarlett survives the bubble. So James eliminates himself with a DNF. Actually, that was a smart move. He realized there was no way that he was going to make that corner after coming in too tight, hitting that island tip, and rather than wreck the boat, make your way the safest way out. So, good decision. Protect the boat, protect the investment, and potentially protect Jeff Purcell's chance at continuing on into the next round. You bust up the boat, that's it for the team. So boat 40 coming up. Dylan Hatch, Daniel Finley, and still on the bubble, Scarlett Taylor and Eric Petring in 03B, the full tilt boat. Dylan's dad, Dan, driving in the 400 class. 2 boats, 1 family, the Hatches. I guess you would say that Dylan is the hatchling. Oh. The hatchling. Rolling him off the trailer. He's in the water and ready to roll. So he'll make his way out to the start channel off the launch. Of course, we have our flagger, who spends his day with a face full of mud a lot of times. Green flag is up, track is ready, and he's off. Oh, nicely done. It's good. .362, and that eliminates boat 03B. So Scarlett Taylor and Eric Petring out for the day. All right, now on the bubble, Selden Glebe and Scarlett Taylor in boat 03. Anything better than a 49.726, they are done for the day. With Clint Birch and Terry Lovell coming up in the Fear Not boat, 623. Hanging it wide, hanging on to it. Good. .738. Selden Glebe and Scarlett Taylor are done. On the bubble, Jeff Purcell and James Goldberg, 154A, Purcell Racing, with Cletus McFarland and Spicy Spencer in boat 208A on the way. Their best time was a 42.65. And they are a part of the Jolly Rogers. So anything better for them than a 46.8. And Team Purcell is out of it. So here they come. Let her rip. It's good. And that was the fastest in the class today with a 41.536. So, way to go, Cletus. So Jeff Purcell in 154A is out. All right, so that brings us to the 400 class. So when we get back to our quarters, we will have the boats will come out in the order of 666, Jeremy Sousa, Jess Law, and Dark Horse Racing. They will be followed by boat 623, Clint Birch, Terry Lovell. Then it will be Dylan Hatch and Daniel Finley in boat 40 as part of Pelican Fueling. And then 208, Cletus and Spicy Spencer. Our first boat out, Rudy Schuler and David Thompson. Here in the 400s, boat 68 on track. It's good. .932. Coming up, 146 speed. The Go Girls. Nicole Brown, Tina Huff. Part of our Jolly Rogers. Hi. Here we go. Oh, man, that was great through there. Almost a straight line. All sorts of aggressive. Good. 41.116. I'm going to go back and that was her fastest run today. So she lays down her fastest time. Boat 47 on the way. Part of the Bandit team, which is now a Bandit solo. Bandit Gold Rush, Darren Swindoll, the driver Matt Johnson, doing the navigation in boat 47. For a number of years, Darren Swindoll really doing well at this track. Placing first a number of times, but can he make it to the fastest four? After almost 2 seasons of not racing. Go, boy, go. Yep, yep. It's good. 47-40. Official time is a 40.742. Bringing us to boat 5. Kelly Stevenson, Tracy Montgomery, Black Magic, Kiwi Kelly at the wheel. See if Kelly can just kind of smooth things out, a little more finesse as opposed to muscling it through the corners. Notice that he has a kind of a tendency to kind of oversteer it, steer it hard. See what kind of smoothness he can put into it. he goes through there. Nicely done. He's doing it. It's good. The 40.284. And that is his best run today. So you look at the last two boats, 0.5 of a second between them in times. Now, Rudy Schuler and David Thompson on the bubble with a 42.932. As Bad Influence, 156, Stephen and Randy Church make their way out. So anything better than a 42.9, and it's the end of the day for Birthday Rudy. And that's what you call parallel parking. That was like watching somebody on skis stop. Come straight, go sideways. Yeah, look at me, I stopped. Right dead center in the middle of the island, too. A bullseye along with it. So if you're going to knock yourself out of the money, you might as well do it in the most spectacular way possible, and that was pretty spectacular. And they were doing so good up till that. And a lot of times that has been kind of Steven's MO is I think he gets a little ahead of himself. Comes wide on the corner, and that's all she wrote. By the way, Steven, you are required under the ASB rules to fill your divot. They're cleaning, I'm sure, plenty of mud and goo out of the grate on the bottom of the boat. Try to get it started, hopefully, and he does. Well, a good day of racing for them until that. So Rudy Schuler survives. 3 more runs to go in the class with Eric Werner and Tina Huff in 146A coming up. This round of the eliminations brought to you by Still. Still, made in the USA. Power tools for just about anything that you need power tools for. Not only with their battery line, but also their power tools. Oh yeah, Still chainsaws. Yeah. Yeah. Next out, Eric Werner, Tina Huff, 146A, a part of the Jolly Rogers conglomerate. The giant Jolly Rogers syndicate. Here we go. Well done. .074. That eliminates Rudy Schuler and David Thompson. So on the bubble is would be Nicole Brown and Tina Huff with a 41.116. Anything better than that, and she will be eliminated. And we have Leighton Lilly in boat 27, the Preventing Insanity boat. Here we go. Chewing it up. Good. .38.756. So Nicole Brown, Tina Huff gone. Looking at that is his fastest time today. So just kind of going over the class here, 38.756, bested his previous fastest time. And the last boat out, the boat that has been the fastest on the course today in the 400 class, Phil Miller and Amy Thomason, the Fat Buddies, also known as the Punisher. So Eric Werner now finds himself on the bubble. He had a 41.074 just moments ago. Anything better than that, he's out for the day. Quick reminder, if you're going to be down in the pits afterwards, lots of activity going on down there. Make sure that you keep the little ones, your kiddos, in check. Just keep them close, nearby. Lots of activity going down there. Also, of course, no smoking in the pits. That would be a bad thing, because that would make things go boom. Don't want that. Also, your pets, keep them in check as well. All right, here comes the Punisher, boat 22. Phil Miller, Amy Thomason. So Eric Werner and Tina Huff are anxiously hoping that he doesn't do anything better than a 41.07, and actually that's going to take a big mistake for him to fail to do anything better than a 41. He's been driving 37s all day long. Yeah! A classic Phil Miller run. 37.880. You know, his first sprint boat race was here in Port Angeles a number of years ago, and his boat was not very fast. As a matter of fact, because he is from Canada, he would take his sprint boat out on the river to go salmon fishing. And I guarantee you he would not take this boat salmon fishing. There is no way. But, you know, he's one of those guys that started out, his boat wasn't that fast, he wasn't that good a driver, and now, literally, at least in the United States, he has been the unstoppable in the 400 class. Now, Leighton Lilly finally giving him some competition. So Eric Werner is out in boat 146A. That pretty much did him in. So really, it'll be interesting to see, really, the battle at this point. I don't know whether Boat 5 and Boat 47 can do any better than they have. Really a battle for third place with Dean Lautenschlager and Jack Bringman in the Blacklight Beauty. That would be your DNF. But third place in the 400 class, really, it looks like it's going to be, at this point, you know, the Phil Miller, Leighton Lilly show for first and second. And then the question here is, you know, who is going to take third with just a half a second separating Boat 5 and 47? And the question is Leighton Lilly got more in the boat? Leighton Lilly is an experienced driver. He's done marathon jet boat racing, which is a tough type of jet boat racing, and very good at it. Also a number of other sports, including motocross and things like that. And so he knows racing strategy. Do you sandbag it a little bit? Do you hold off on it and hold your best for last, knowing likely that you're going to be in the finals? And can he put down a time that will beat Phil Miller? And the other question is, how much more does Phil have in the throttle? The battle between first and second, if those two guys make it into the finals, and they've still got another round to go before that happens, is how much more does each have in the boat? With Robert Cox and Allie Krupp in the Ford Power 049 Obsession boat on the way. Clean run. 39. Looks to be the time. 39.293. Robert Cox, who owns the boat, he is one of those, you know, backyard mechanics, literally putting that boat together in the garage. Had spent a lot of time having a lot of engine difficulties getting that thing tuned to where it's running smooth. Now, really, and you can still see it, it is the setup of the boat, weight distribution to make it handle better. Doug Dan Morrison, Kara McGuire, Boat 10 Wicked Team Racing. Port Angeles. Clean run. For 35.837. His fastest run on the day. His fastest previously was a 36.25. Taking a look at Kyle Patrick. He had a 36.001. So Dan Morrison now with the fastest run of the day. And you just saw it. So the first boat to bring it in under 36 seconds, Dan Morrison and Kara McGuire, the Wickeds, with boat 151M, Kyle Patrick and Toddy. And he stretches for home with the clean run. .936. So fastest boat on the course so far today would be Dan Morrison and Kara McGuire, pulling in at 35.837, the only boat to go faster than 36 seconds. So a great run for Dan Morrison and Kara McGuire. So we will see when we get to the Unlimiteds. It will be Robert Cox and Allie Krupp out first in 049, followed by Kyle Patrick in 151M. And then boat number 10, Dan Morrison and Kara McGuire. So in our modifieds, our first boat out, as we get into the quarters, Jeremy Sousa and Jess Law will come out first, followed by Clint Birch and Terry Lovell in Fear Not, 623. Then boat 40, Dylan Hatch and Danielle Finley. And then Cletus McFarland and Spicy Spencer in boat 208A. So our next round coming up. This, by the way, is as deep into the eliminations as Jeremy Sousa and Jess Law have ever gotten. So even if they don't end up on the podium with a third, second, or first place, still a great day of racing for them as they make it into the Final Four. So regardless of how the day ends, their best day ever. And good on them. All right, so 666. Coming up. Got the green flag up. The track is open and hot. And here comes Jeremy. It's good, and he gets his fastest time today. .642. So good on Jeremy Souza. Great way to round it up with his best run so far today. On the way, it will be boat 623, Clint Birch, Terry Lovell. Great, impressive run for Jeremy Sousa. I can't say enough how cool it is. Second-year racer, last race of the season. Puts down one of his best times and has his deepest run. Making it into the fastest four. Good on him. And now Clint Birch and Terry Lovell. This boat, 623, one of the interesting things about it is Clint Birch is a fabricator. And he specializes in carbon fiber. There is so much carbon fiber in this boat. He figures that probably he was able to eliminate over 200 pounds of weight in this boat with carbon fiber, a carbon fiber steering wheel, carbon fiber steering column, carbon fiber seats, carbon fiber guard over the drive shaft. Lots of carbon fiber in this particular boat. Doing everything he can to shave weight off. And he does beautiful work. All right, boat 623. Fear not. Wow. He's planting it. Good. 41.360, fastest in the class today. So Clint Birch stepping it up. Almost exactly 0.2 of a second faster than Cletus McFarland's last run, which was a 41.5. So gets about 0.2 on him. That brings our next boat out. Boat 40, Dylan Hatch, Daniel Finley. Their last run was a 42.362. He's in the water and coming up. Go Dylan. Nicely done. Did well on the switchback. Now the hard charge for home. The run was clean. 43.084, and that eliminates Jeremy Sousa and Jess Law in 666 Dark Horse Racing. So now, anything better than a 43.84, and Dylan Hatch is done. Here comes Cletus. Cletus McFarland, 208A. In the start channel. Second time in a sprint boat racing. Way wide on that particular combination. Tighter on that. And it's good. And that is the fastest run in the class today with a 40.889. So your finals in the modified will be between Clint Birch and Terry Lovell in 623 and boat 208A. That will be your final. So 623 will be out first with Clint Birch and Terry Lovell and Garrett Mitchell and Spicy Spencer, also known as Cletus McFarland and Spicy Spencer, coming out in your final. So Dylan Hatch, unfortunately, done for the day. Good day of racing for him. He will take third place. So we do have our first podium winner of the day. That's one thing about taking third. You're the first one to actually get on the podium. So our first boat out will be boat 47, Darren Swindoll and Matt Johnson. .742 in their last run. Which was their best run of the day. They make their way up to the start channel. Bandit Gold. It's good. .496, his fastest run today. Also, it appeared to be his smoothest run today. So boat 5 on the way. Kelly Stevenson, Tracy Montgomery. The Lovebirds, they're engaged in Black Magic. Black Magic in the start channel and off. It's good. It's 40.676. And boat 27 now. Leighton Lilly and Cody Holzer are on the 5-minute clock. And somebody running off back to the pits. So a great run for Darren Swindoll. That was probably his smoothest run on the day in boat 47. And depending on what happens here with Leighton Lilly's boat, the least he'll get on the day is third. And if Leighton Lilly can't make it, that would put him in the finals, him being boat 47 with Darren Swindoll and Matt Johnson. So the big question now with the 5-minute clock is, will Leighton be able to get that thing started and back in? The rules state that if you can't get started when you are supposed to, in the order you're supposed to go, you have 5 minutes exactly to get that boat running and out on the course, or at least off the trailer. So the 5-minute clock ticking. By the way, our quarterfinals, we want to thank our friends at Still for bringing this four-cut to you. Still, with extreme performance in your backyard, with Still battery tools, from mowers to trimmers, chainsaws to blowers. They even have pruning shears that are battery-powered. They're made by Still and made in the U.S.A. Find your local Still dealer at stilldealers.com, S-T-I-H-L dealers.com. Also, brought to you by Les Schwab Tire Stores, where they're a lot more than just tires. You're looking for brakes, you're looking for tires, you're looking for batteries, you're looking for rims. You are going to find it at your neighborhood Les Schwab store. They've been serving the Pacific Northwest for years, and they're committed to service and servicing the community. Also, Milliken Crane. They've been serving the community for 25 plus years and a proud supporter of the sprint boat races here at the Extreme Sports Park. Also, Top Chops is a national beef jerky company. They've been selling all flavors of jerky and pepperoni sticks. They're proud to be a sponsor here. I remember the first race they came to when they just got started. Just a small regional business, extending now nationally all over the country. You can get their good stuff. Love their pepperoni sticks. Yum. All right, we have 2 minutes remaining for Leighton Lilly and the team to get that boat going. Under 2 minutes now. Crawling in the back of that thing. Three people. Heads in the back of the boat. We should be getting close to a minute left. Are they going to do it? How much time do we have left, guys? 1 minute, 5 seconds. You can do it. Under a minute. Come on. Make some noise. Let's see if we can get them to get this thing started. We're pulling for you, 27. Will they do it? Come on, 30 seconds. 30 seconds less now. Come on, guys. Come on. Ten seconds. Oh, come on. 10 sec. Oh, come on. And it's over. 5-minute clock is over. What a great day of racing they gave us. Give it up for Team 27. They put on, after that wreck, they're coming out and running their fastest runs. They're doing it all day long, and what an unfortunate way to end the day on a DNS. That, as the saying goes, is racing. So, unfortunately, he picks up the did not start, and the day is over. And that leaves us with Phil Miller and Amy Thomason, the Punisher. He's going to come out and run. So it appears, depending on what happens here, you know, if Phil Miller, for whatever reason, were to DNF, come out of the water, stall out, whatever, our finals could potentially be between boat 5 and 47. So one of the fastest boats, they couldn't get it started, knocked out. And boat 22 in the water and moving up towards the start channel. And it's good. $37.649. And looking back, so his fastest time today has been a 37.2, so 0.4 off of that. Your finals now between boat 47, Darren Swindoll and Matt Johnson, and Phil Miller. Phil Miller being almost 3 seconds faster than boat 47. So boat 5 eliminated. That is the Black Magic boat. Got a good final coming up in the modifieds between boat 623 and boat 208. Last time it ended with Flit Birch winning here in boat 623 and boat 208 taking second, with Cletus McFarland in the back and the driver's side. All right, boat 049. This is your Ford. Oh, lots of bounce. That drains off time. Lots of bounce here. Just trying to hang on to it and bring it home, which he does. 38.906. Which would be his fastest run on the day. Okay. Boat 151M. Our methanol burner. Kyle Patrick, Darren Todd, also known as Toddy. Toddy coming up from New Zealand. Toddy, a championship winner. Down under the equator. Great racer in his own right, behind the wheel. And Kyle Patrick driving now. 151M. Oh, lots of bounce. Oh, ow! Ah. Our safety crew running over there, checking them out. One driver's out. Kyle Patrick is out on his own. Still waiting to get Toddy out. Kyle's got his helmet off. And Toddy's out. Give it up for the guys. And, by the way, Dan, you need a new fence. Because this one got jacked up. Sorry about your fence, dude. The conversation goes something like this. You know that fence you had down there at the end? Uh-huh. Well, you don't anymore. I broke it with my boat. You know, there were a couple of times, and that is one thing about Kyle that I have noticed. And that, by the way, is why there is nothing behind there. One thing I'll notice that when you get Kyle in deep into the quarterfinals or the finals, he really does just go literally all in. And with these super boats, these unlimited class boats, you've got so much acceleration and power. I mean, he's looking at somewhere between about 15 to 1,600 horses in there. And what was our official time again? Can you repeat that, Melody? So he picked up a 36.521, which is a pretty darn good time, despite what happened there. But the issue being at what cost to the boat. There have been a couple of times here where this has happened. He gets deep in, to these money rounds and then gets just a little bit too far into the throttle at the wrong time. And even though he finished, there were a couple of times out there it was like, oh, he's getting kind of wild. And then coming out on the finish, the hope being, because, of course, that time is faster than Robert Cox, is that he is able to make it out for the finals. Yeah, he still has a time, but the question is, will the boat make it out? We don't know how much damage he did. There's quite a bit of damage to that fence. I mean, those are heavy-duty steel fence posts over there, and he landed, that boat did, right in the middle of one of them. I mean, that fence is jacked. That's like kind of the thing, Mom, Dad, they leave for a party, they come home. Yeah, Dad, the fence. What did you do?
So it looks like a lengthy delay here while we repair the fence somehow with hay bales temporarily. I'd like to take this time to say a big thank you to American Sprint Boat Racing and for Extreme Sports Park Port Angeles for allowing me to bring this live stream to you. I'd also like to thank my lovely wife Bonnie Burnham, who does all the hard work during the streaming day, switching the video and doing the audio levels, as well as all the titling, which is way more of a job now that we've added boat names and driver and navigator names. I'd also like to thank Jeff Shaw, who's doing the launch cam for us today and getting those great shots of the boats coming off the trailer and into the start channel there. So we're going to make this attempt to run all our crash replays for the day now while we have a little bit of a break. And give me a second and I'll try to get those running for you.
Okay, so we've been kind of having... She can still keep going, and she is! What's interesting here is, so Kyle back there. Oh, boy! Oh, no! Ow! I don't know if they're going to try to do a test start or not. So, one thing they have to do is going to have a lot of bounce in the boat. I don't know if they're and DNF and so they can put it back up on its normal trailer. Oh, hangs it up on the. Oh man! So definitely. Get away from the fence! Some weird finals and weird quarterfinals. Here at the Extreme Sports Park, where all the fun brought to you by all sorts of people. Still, I want to thank you for being the sports sponsor, the track sponsor. Got our Northwest Ford dealers over there, where they've got that big, pretty red Ford F-350 dually that is like, I want that truck. I want that truck. They got a 150 over there too, the Tremor F-Ford 150. Styling. Also, you still have time to go down and hit out our t-shirt row, vendor row, racer row, and grab yourself some goodness. So yeah, they're putting 151M up on the trailer, on its own trailer, and they're going to haul it out. And then our final boat in the class is going to be boat 10. And here comes some of our safety hay. Safety hay coming from the Palouse. The finest safety hay in the nation is grown right here in Washington. Washington safety hay, known the world round for protecting people from moving objects. So we're looking to get boat 10 in the water. Insane day of racing. I gotta say, this is one of the reasons why I love this sport. You never know what's gonna happen when you get into the quarters and the finals. It can always get very weird. And today this is a weird one. I mean, the hope here is, of course, you know, it was great to see Kyle and Toddy pop out of the the boat as fast as they did and walk off under their own power. That's awesome. Hopefully the boat's not too badly trashed. Although the way that that thing went into it from the side and kind of on the bottom of the boat, I've got to imagine where they hit that one steel post, it's got to have at least somewhat of a ding. You know, the expensive part of these boats, really, I mean, you know, they talk about the engines and the like. Really, the magic in the boats and the really expensive part of the boats, that's not to say the engine isn't, but it's the pumps. Those pumps are really expensive of these. They're specially made to do what you see out here. They're not cheap. And that is the magic in the boats. That's where your steering comes from. That's where so many things in these boats come from, are those pumps, those jets, those special impellers inside of them that are pushing that water out. Okay. We're getting boat 10 in the water. It's wicked. Port Angeles. It's good. 35.632. That is even faster than his last run by 0.2 of a second. Hello, fastest boat on the course today, again. So, hypothetically, we are going to have a final in the Unlimiteds between Dan Morrison and Kyle Patrick, boat 10 and 151. The question remains, will 151 make it into play? After becoming essentially a motorized wrecking ball. All right, so let's get into our finals in the modified. Our first boat in, boat 623, Clint Birch, Terry Lovell. The Fear Not boat. 41.581. Not his best run today. So, really, Cletus McFarland, Spicy Spencer, boat 208. Anything better than a 41.581, and they will avenge their second place in the first race that they ran here at Port Angeles. Last race here, it was Clint Birch taking first, 208A taking second. You almost kind of want to see a rubber match. By the way, Cletus McFarland is kind of like races everything and has. If you've not checked out his website, his YouTube page, and the like, he's got about 1.5 million followers or thereabouts. And he races some crazy stuff. And he said after the last race that he thinks he may have found his sport. Man, picture perfect so far. .792. That is your winner. Boat 208, the Jolly Rogers. The fastest run of the day in the class, and he's going to take the checkered flag for a ride. I don't know. Are we going to go swimming? We are. We're going to go swimming. Best belly flop of the day. Give it up for Spicy Spencer. He's going to realize, by the way, that this water here really stinks. When he gets back, he's going to realize, I don't know if that was such a great idea. Because now I smell like something that just floated up on the beach. Second race ever, and they win it. Great day of racing, and the Jolly Rogers. You know, the funny part of it is that Eric Werner, who started Jolly Rogers, has been a fan of Cletus's YouTube videos because he does kind of like, I don't know if you remember a guy named George Plimpton. He was a newspaper writer, wrote the book Paper Lion, where he basically played for the Detroit Lions, where he spent a season with them. Actually went out on a couple of plays. And he did a variety of different things like that, where he would go in and he would take a role in a different sport, different occupations, and try to do it. And Cletus has taken that to racing, where he tries all sorts of different type of racing. All right, we're going to get into our finals now in the 400s. But he does that on his YouTube, all sorts of different type of racing, land and water. So great to see him win. Boat 47. This is our bandit. He's got his job. So to beat Phil Miller, whether Phil Miller beats himself or not remains to be seen. He's got to be perfect here. Every line, every corner, he's going to have to do perfect to have a chance. A little bit of a bobble there. He comes around, and now he charges for home. And it's good. He gets the 40.419. His best run today. So 0.08 of a second faster than his last run. And now it's really, Phil Miller has been running under 40 pretty much the entire day. So we know the boat, obviously fast enough to do it. We know that as a driver, he's fast enough to do it. So there's still a lot of things that can happen. A wide corner, catching the bank, coming out of the water, taking a wrong turn. It happens in the finals and has happened a number of times. So tell me, do you love this sport? There is nothing like it. And you get it here in Port Angeles. Lucky you. Here we go. This is the only place where he really slows down. That area a little nerve-wracking for him. Oh, he is eating it up. One more corner. Now home, and he gets it done. $37,233. That is your winner in the 400s today. Phil Miller, Amy Thomason, second place. Going out to Darren Swindoll and Matt Johnson after almost 2 seasons out. They take second. So Phil and Amy get to take the checkered flag for a little trip. Nicely done. All right, boat 151 is going to give it a try here in the finals. Nicely done for our Canadian friends. The Canadian destroyers right there. It is so great after the border was closed to see them make their way down and back racing again. Love having our buddies from Canada come down and play. So boat 151M. Last we saw it, it was lounging in the hammock we call a fence. One of the cool things that will happen after our final run here is there will be some what they refer to as sponsor runs, where the sponsors get to ride in a boat. And one of $151M. And he's definitely not as fast as he was. I'm trying to figure out, handling wise, watching it, yeah, lots of bounce. Bottom end of that boat got thumped hard. That's going to change the handling. And he comes out, at least he's able to do the run, and thank you for that, Kyle and Toddy. 45.642 unofficially. And that is official. So, does Dan Morrison come out and just open it up, or does he hold off knowing that anything better than a 45 is going to win it for him? I mean, his fastest run of 35.632, a full 10 seconds faster. So, he doesn't really have to hammer it. What I don't understand is I'm watching. He was down at the launch. Okay, he is coming back in. Looks like they're just going to put him in a different launch spot. And boat 10 is now on a 5-minute clock. Oh my. Okay. So Dano, who has run the fastest times on the course today, now finds himself on a 5-minute clock. If he is not able to get the boat started in that 5 minutes allotted time, Kyle Patrick with a 45, which is slower than our winning modified time, walks away with first place. And again, that's racing. Okay, he's fired up. He was fired up. Here he is again. All right. Time for him to beat is 45 and change. Like I said, he doesn't need to come out here and just flat-foot it. Anything that better than 45 would win it for him. Last run, like I said, a full 10 seconds faster than Kyle Patrick's last run. But Kyle coming out like a trooper, earning that second place. Assuming he is second. Dan could still DNF. Here we go. Last turn. And there's your champion. 37.040. Dan Morrison, Kara McGuire, Boat 10, Wicked Team Racing. Thanks, man. Your finals have been brought to you by Still. Made in America. Also, a big thank you to Les Schwab Tires, serving the Pacific Northwest for decades. Your Northwest Ford dealers. A big thank you to all of them for helping us keep racing going here in Port Angeles. There you go. Congratulations going out to our winners, Dan Morrison and Kara McGuire in Boat 10. Boat 22, Phil Miller, Amy Thomason, the Fat Buddies, and Cletus McFarland and Spicy Spencer in Boat 208.
And what an exciting day of racing here from the Extreme Sports Park. With that, we will be ending the live stream, and we're going to see you back here in 2023. It's usually around the third week of July and around this week in September. So keep a lookout on extremesportspark.net for the latest schedule. It'll be coming out here probably within the next few months. So hope to see you here next year in person, and if not, maybe on the live stream. It's been a great day of racing. Tons of viewers here on the Extreme Sports Park Facebook page and YouTube channel, and also on Cletus 2 McFarland. We're streaming on 3 different locations today, and we're so grateful for that. Congratulations to all the teams, and thanks again to American Sprint Boat Racing and Extreme Sports Park Port Angeles. We'll see you next year.
Of course, if you were here watching the race and there's certain